Trumpism, or as some people call it, America First, is very, very Trumpism, or as some people call it, America First, is very, very simple. Trumpism, or as some people call it, America First, is very, very simple. Trumpism, or as some people call it, America First, is very, very simple. Trumpism, or as some people call it, America First, is very, very simple. Or as some people, Trumpism, or as some regular American or call it, or as some people, Trump is
One of these days, that's going to be the whole show. One of these days, I'm just going to fuck with you guys the whole time. I don't know when it'll be. But one of these days, it's going to happen. That's what I know. That's what I can tell you. Not today. Not today. Today, you get a show. But one of these days, it's just going to be 3 or 4 hours of me fucking with you. And you'll be like, there's got to be a show sometime, right? And then it's never going to happen. The whole show will just be you being trolled about a show happening. You're going to love it. You're going to like it. You're going to suck its fucking cock. And that's just how that is. Because, yeah. Amen. More power to me. More power to the king, etc. You know how it goes. You know how it goes, don't you? Lord TJ is merciful. Lord TJ is merciful. Yeah. Yep. That is correct. That there's some correct ass bullshit, if I ever heard it. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, everybody die. And I smoke. We all smoke. I scooped a baconator early today in anticipation. I like singing the comments. It's always a fun time. Got a triple baconator for dinner, way too much meat. I can see that because the regular baconator that I got was definitely already very close to being too much meat, but it wasn't quite, in my opinion. Blunt after 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 blunt. Can't wait for our light language session tonight. Yeah, let's just do it now. Let's just Buka di gubodu gapi shapito ripukush babidi ubi kubukabisi do tukish nabaka umisakaya namaya ushibukubasabata badora bababa upaki busi de gabala buchi di bakabala pushu wow oh yeah. TJ Chandler boss nasty. It did get a little bit boss nasty, didn't it? No, parcel tongue is more like Sai so she sata sakas. You gotta put a lot of S's in it. I heard something about licking pussy. Can you destroy Dapperton? No. I've already fucking... I've had my... I've fucking gone at that dude like 3 or 4 times in the past. I'm done with it. I'm done with arguing with ANCAP morons, dude. I've had my fill. At least give me a new ANCAP moron. Zip, zap, zoopity bap. Jesus said, give me all your money. Take it off, baby. Bend over, let me see. Let me see it. If you looking for a real pussy eater, I could be it. I could be it. Quit playing with me, girl. Girl, bring it over here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I've made at least 3 video responses to that dude in my lifetime, and that was probably like 2 too many, if not 3 too many. So I just found out I have early onset Alzheimer's. Well, hey, forget about it. You will, huh? I'm an anarcho-Bidenist. I mean, aren't we all? In this brave new world, aren't we all truly anarcho-Bidenists? Sounds like the new Star Wars alien. I just found out I have early onset Alzheimer's. Oh my God, dude, that's so sad. Oh no. 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 La da 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 dee do. Puddle of mud. Puddle of mud. You know, I went and saw a concert last night. I went to I saw Disturbed with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger. Ginger played a really small set. It was like a 30-minute set. I guess did someone just donate? Here, I probably need to put that on a different layer. Oh yeah, $14 for drugs. Cool, thanks. I like drugs. Yeah, Ginger was really cool. It's interesting to hear. When I first heard Ginger, I thought there were 2 singers. I thought there was like a female vocalist and a male vocalist. But no, I found out pretty quickly that that's not true. That she's just doing both vocals. She just has a really impressive vocal range. But I feel like they don't really have any catchy songs. All their songs are like very like, you know, ponderous, sludgy, doom metal sounding kind of shit. Still fun to watch, though. Wicking off under desk. No, I'm kind of like slapping my knees with my hands. You know? Because believe it or not, I'm not aroused by this chat. I know it's hard to believe. I know you guys want to think that you're so hot that I just sit here like, oh, yeah. This fucking chat, man, they're so fucking sexy. But no. Yeah, I guess they're Ukrainian too. And then Breaking Benjamin is a band that I've always kind of felt like, meh, whatever, you know? And seeing them live, meh, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they're fine. There's nothing about their music that irritates me. Or like grates on me, but there's nothing about it that's like, this fucking rocks. So they're fine though. And then Disturbed, you know, if you actually put a gun to my head and asked me to like honestly rate Disturbed as a band, at least in terms of like me listening to their albums or something or their musical catalog, I'd probably give them like a 6.5 out of 10. I don't hate them. I like them more than I dislike them, but I have my criticisms. Like, a lot of their songs are very samey, you know? And I don't feel like they ever really do much they're not really very experimental. They don't really go out of their comfort zone at all. They kind of stick to what's safe. I think that David Draymond, the singer, has a really good voice, like really robust and deep and sort of has like a warmth to it. But he doesn't really do a lot with it for like compared to what it can accomplish. You know, I don't really feel like they really do much. He doesn't really push any envelopes. Like the band Disturbed pretty much plays it safe across the board, I feel like. And that kind of keeps them from any sort of like true greatness, in my opinion. that, you know, I don't know if they're capable of greatness, but I think they're capable of more. They just don't. But when I went to see them, I was just like, you know what? For tonight, I'm just going to be the world's biggest fucking Disturbed fan. I'm just going to rock out to every fucking song they play as hard as I goddamn can. And so even though I wasn't in the pit, I was treating my area like it was the pit. And luckily, I kind of had a little bit of room around me because we had bought 3 tickets, but only 2 of us could attend. So I sort of had like 2 seats, a 2-seat area to myself. And so I just used that little 2-seat area to just headbang and mosh, even though everyone around me was more subdued and just like, yes, Disturbed, interesting. I'm like, I can even feel like a stiffness in my neck right now because I was banging my head so fucking much. And like, I must have like banged my head and danced around in pretty sweltering goddamn heat for nearly 2 hours straight with very little breaks. Like, there was a couple of like slower songs where I fucking took it easy, but for the most part, I was headbanging and shit and dancing and whatever else. And I kind of realized that my stamina is not as low as I sort of have felt like it is. Because I'll go like try to work out or I'll go on like a walk or something, and after like 10 minutes, I'm just like, ugh, no thanks. I'm not in. And I thought it was like I was reaching physical fatigue, but it was never about that. I realized it was just about me being absolutely freaking bored with what I'm doing. I'm not intellectually engaged with working out. And I need to be in order to actually do it. So I don't know. I don't know what I should do there. Because I mean, if I could, I mean, I could just like, I guess, mosh and shit at home and at least get some good cardio in. But I don't know. It's just not the same as being at a fucking concert. Like, I don't think it would engage me in the same way. But I need something that actually interests me in terms of a physical activity. And I just don't think I've found that. Or I did kind of find it, but I don't know. I can't I can't go to a concert every day. So I guess I need to figure something else out. Should make a home workout moshing video. Excuses. Well, I feel like my life, and I feel like really anyone's life that's an actual human being and not just like a drone, is about figuring out who you truly are. And one of the things I figured out about myself is that I have a lot of boredom to thwart. And I get very bored. Like, going on a walk is boring to me. So after 10 minutes of going on a walk, I just want to go home because I'm not interested in what I'm doing. Lifting weights is boring to me. It kind of interested me for a while, and that's why I was able to do it. But then I got bored with it. It lost its novelty. I stopped getting a dopamine hit off of it. So it became less interesting, less engaging. So I need to figure out something that is getting me physically active and yet keeps me intellectually interested, or at least feeds me a little bit of dopamine. So that's really what I need to do. Hiking ain't it. Hiking is the opposite. Hiking, in my opinion, fucking sucks. I know a lot of people like hiking. More power to them. Hike. I hope you all hike the earth, okay? But like, as far as I'm concerned, hiking sucks, okay? Exercise itself isn't interesting. It's tedious labor, but the long-term rewards keep you going. No, they don't. I was getting okay, so in 2020, during the pandemic, I got in pretty decent shape, for me anyway. I was on the road to being in really actually pretty good shape, which is crazy. And I totally lost interest, and all of my gains were destroyed, except for my fat gains. I gained back all the weight I lost and then some. I lost all the muscle I gained. So, no, the gains were not enough to keep me going. I saw some gains. I was feeling better. I was happier. I was more mentally clear. And despite all of that, I reverted right back to this. And I think the reason why is I got bored with what I was doing. So, yeah, I need to figure out a different hack. I need to figure out myself a little better. How to overcome being a lazy sack of shit. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty hard. I think most people, though, are lazy sacks of shit. But at least I'm trying to overcome it. Boredom at the gym is why Zumba is so popular. Well, it doesn't really seem all that interesting. Need to make real lifestyle changes to keep the weight off long term. I did. I did make lifestyle changes, and then I changed them back. So, what about swimming? If I had my own swimming pool, maybe. But in like a public pool, no, those gross me out. Those skeeve me hardcore. Never heard of something like that from someone before. Hard to give you advice. That's because you're not really fit to give me advice. Only I can give me advice because only I understand what the fuck is going on. And even really, I don't. The whole point of me telling you this is that I figured something out about myself at that concert because I had been laboring under the misapprehension that my stamina was in the gutter. But I proved to myself that it's not. Because I was being very physically active and keeping my body in motion for like 2 hours straight. And definitely my heart rate was up that entire time, and I was sweating profusely because it was hot as fuck. It was an outdoor venue on a night in the 80s that started off as a day in the nearly 100s. So, yeah, I mean, the stamina doesn't really seem to be the problem. It's that I lose interest. Take up drumming. That can be a workout. I have a punching bag that I really need to just... I bought a punching bag like 4, maybe even 5 months ago. Some crazy amount of time ago. And literally all I've had to do to start using it is just get some sand to fill the base of the punching bag. And I literally have not done it for like 5 or 6 months now. And it's like, I know if I got the sand and filled it up, I would use the punching bag. Because I use it like kind of like holding back even now. But I can't really punch it for real. But I'll go in the garage and I'll kind of like, you know, just like give it little like pulled punches. So I know if that thing had some fucking sand in its base and I could actually punch it, I would enjoy that. But just having to do that one little task of going and getting the sand and filling up the base of the punching bag is like too much for me. If you really saw a huge change in your physique, it would be motivating enough to keep going. Well, you would think so, but no, it wasn't. Like, you could tell me all day, like, that would motivate you. No, we've run the experiment. It doesn't. I literally lost like 50 pounds of fat, probably more than that, because I had gained muscle mass. Like, I was at a point, like right now, if I flex this bicep, you know, I can feel it in there, but it's like pretty minuscule. There were like, I had an actual bicep just like, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago. Now it's gone. I had lost a bunch of fat. I had gained a bunch of muscle. I had more energy. I was feeling better across the board. I was eating better. I had more mental acuity. But I reverted back. Every single bad habit, one by one, reasserted itself. And I backslid right back to where I was, if not a little worse. So, no. I'm afraid it didn't work that way for me. I'm trying to get back there. But more importantly, I'm trying to figure out how to stay there. I'm trying to figure out how to stay that course. Because at a certain point, my motivation fucking imploded. Like the submarine with the billionaires in it. Have you tried watching The Whale? No. I don't really like dramas that much. Do it like you quit smoking? Well, the thing about quitting smoking is I didn't have to really do anything. In fact, it was a matter of not doing something, which I think is a lot easier. Yeah, I did notice that a lot of my problems started back up when I lost my Adderall prescription. So getting back on that has been a pretty big priority. And by big priority, I mean I fucked it off for months and months. But I finally got a new prescription. And I'm hopefully going to be able to fulfill that tomorrow. I tried to fill it today, but my pharmacy wasn't open. Sunday. Oh yeah, being on ADHD meds will help loads. Yeah. Cause like a lot of the stuff, like I know the reason I haven't gotten the sand for the punching bag is because I haven't been able to fucking focus on the task at hand. And I mean like it's really hard for me to form habits, just like generally speaking, but it's even harder for me to form habits when I'm unmedicated for my ADHD. Because I have pretty fucking severe ADHD. I know that it's kind of like almost common now. And it's becoming more so because there's so much little dopamine fulfillment coming from like stuff like this that it sort of like ruins people's like hormone levels. And, it makes a lot of people kind of ADHD. But even without that, I have it. So stuff like that just makes it worse and exacerbates it. What are we going to do to get a TJ who actually makes videos again? I mean, I feel like my last video on my channel was like 7 days ago. You act like I haven't put out a video in months. So, like, settle down, all right? Yeah, I've given up on the intermittent fasting thing. I'm going to do more calorie counting, but doing that is also hard without the medication. So I'm thinking treat my ADHD is probably the first step, because I was doing a lot better when I had Adderall. TJ, what's the butt of the day? The butt of the day is your butt, Tucker. People with ADHD are more easy to have poor sleeping schedules too. Try not. I don't even have a sleeping schedule. Well, that's a little bit untrue. I have actually kind of fallen into a little bit more of a rhythm with that. It's not the greatest in the world, but it is something. My sleep used to be all over the place, but I guess it has sort of settled into like a going to bed somewhere between like 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. every day. Not the greatest, probably, but it is something. What about prolonged fasting? Well, I was able to do the 8-hour eating window and then like 16-hour fasting window. I was able to do that pretty easily, but it really wasn't having any sort of results for me. So I knew I had to kind of shrink the window down. So I tried to do one meal a day. And after about 4 or 5 days of trying to do that, I realized like, this is not for me. This is way too fucking hard, because I'll eat as much as I possibly can in one sitting. And, you know, a few hours later, I'm going to be fucking hungry again. Not just like I want to eat out of compulsion, but like legitimately I am hungry again. So I'm just like, this is not something that's going to work for me. So yeah, I mean, even trying to go 23 hour fast was too much. So I realized that like trying to go like every other day fasting or prolonged fasting, like that's not gonna work for me. I'm gonna be way too fucking miserable about it. So I'm just gonna calorie count, because that's how I've always, I mean, like every time I've ever actually lost the weight, it's always been calorie counting. But the thing is, it's so annoying to count calories that, you know, eventually I just stop doing it. I'll just get to the day where I'll be like, yeah, I'll remember what I ate. I'll log it later. And then, you know, I eventually get to the point of never logging anything again. Lovin' G the alien, weak-minded BS. I think it'd be far more weak-minded to not acknowledge your own limitations and to try to force yourself to do something that clearly isn't right for you. I think the idea that mental strength is figuring out how to will yourself through something that's unnatural, which seems to be like a very American definition. Because, you know, you look at like military training or something, they have like in the Marines, the Hell Week. It's like, we're just going to torture you for a week and let's see if you could take it. You know, maybe that makes a good soldier. I don't know. But I don't think it makes a very good TJ. So I'm not going to do anything that's going to create in me that level of discomfort, because I know it's really not necessary. Because last time I was on a pretty good course and I never made myself uncomfortable like that. You know, I was getting pretty good results without any sort of like, oh my God, I'm so miserable right now. It was actually pretty fun and easy. It's when it stopped being fun that I stopped doing it. So what I really need is to figure out a way to keep it fun. And at this point, I need to figure out a way to make it fun in the first place, because, like I said, I've kind of lost interest in traditional working out, like getting on the treadmill, lifting weights, all that stuff. Like, if it's not entertaining, I'm simply not going to do it. But I want to do it, so I need to figure out a way to make it entertaining. Actually, I haven't got the top G mindset. I hope I never do. I don't want the top G mindset. That sounds obnoxious. Yeah, that's my big problem too with the calorie counting is like when it comes to a restaurant, like corporate chains, they usually have their calories printed out, but like a real restaurant, you know, that's like a locally owned kind of thing, like a mom and pop restaurant or, you know, just like any locally owned business that's not a huge corporate chain, like they don't have their calories listed. And that's the kind of place I like to go if I'm going to eat out, which I like to do. I think being tortured once every few months makes a good soldier. I wonder if that's actually really true or if that's just some like American machismo bullshit. Because like really what makes a good soldier is not necessarily like taking a lot of fucking suffering in their stride. It's like being able to deal that out, right? I mean, at this point, soldiers are increasingly irrelevant any fucking way. It's all going to be robots in like 15, 20 years. Not that that's really relevant. Yeah, filling the punching bag is probably a good idea. Because I would love to punch the shit out of that thing. Love the paranormal gauntlet, by the way. Thanks. That was one of the easier ones to do, so. It definitely did not feel like torture the way that like the Jordan Peterson one did. Or the Andrew Tate one did. It felt a lot more comfortable. What's next? In terms of gauntlets, I think we said we're going to do a furry gauntlet. Am I at my heaviest now? No. I'm not at my heaviest ever now, but I'm at the heaviest I've been in a while. My heaviest ever was like 340, 350. I'm not quite there, but you know, I'm pretty far from, I mean, like in 2020, I was like 280. And I'm way higher than 280 now. When you start caring about your weight, I pretty much have always cared about my weight. Like I've been concerned about it since I was like a little kid. Like I remember being a little, I mean, because I was a fat little kid too. And I remember being like, man, I sure wish I wasn't fat. I mean, like, I really don't mind being kind of fat. I honestly don't even think it's really healthy to have a super low level of body fat. I know that that's like really glamorized and stuff, but I don't really want that. And I don't think it's honestly healthy. Like human bodies store fat for a reason. It's supposed to be fuel in times of scarcity. We just don't have any times of scarcity anymore. So it's like out of control. Because the body doesn't know when to stop storing it. Because, you know, in nature, it'd just be like, keep storing that fat as much as you fucking can. Because, you know, when the food runs out, you might need it. We just live in a time and a place where thus far the food has not run out. And so that's why it's kicked into high gear, because everyone's eating all these calorically dense foods and there's no scarcity and there's not really much physical difficulty in obtaining it. So, boop, 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 boop. But I don't think it's bad to have a little bit on you. I don't think it's bad to have a little bit of chub on your body. I also don't really think it's attractive to have low body fat. Like, I don't think super cut people, to me anyway, look good. There's exceptions, obviously. But I like someone who has a little bit of softness to them. So I'm not really looking to get like shredded or some bullshit. And I think that'd be unrealistic as an expectation fucking anyway. But, you know, I definitely would like to be a little less jiggly. I would like to reduce my jiggliness by about 60 to 70%. If you can be consistent for a year and just grind through it, I think you'll start to enjoy exercise. No, because I did for probably about a year or more. I think it was about a year and a half or 2 years. I was pretty regularly exercising. And nope. I feel like scarcity's on the horizon. Well, then maybe this problem will sort itself out. Maybe I'll get the last laugh then. Weightlifting feels better than cardio. I generally, I guess, agree with that. But really, neither one to me is any fun anymore. Exercise outside more. I mean, maybe when it's less horribly hot outside. Probably not, though. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I'm not really telling you guys this, like expecting you to solve my problems or looking for advice. So I know it's hard because you want to solve the problem. But this is something I think I need to solve for myself, because this is a TJ problem and it probably requires a TJ solution. You and Paul need to go to Femboy Planet Fitness. Now, you know what? If such an institution existed, that would probably be the solution for both me and Paul. How to overcome a problem with coping with boredom. You know, I wish that I had more of a robust love of music, because then I could listen to way more stuff in like the gym. But, you know, I only like so many songs. Yeah, my Chad viewers, because I know all my viewers are sitting there. It's crazy because I'm like a big fat schlub, but most of my audience like bodybuilders and shit. It's crazy. It's the weirdest fucking thing. All perfect paragons of physical fitness, man. I'm literally about to go run. I mean, that's good. I'm not saying you're not. A TJ solution, so a Baconator with cheese and a 12-pack. Yeah, I mean, look, if you could fit the fucking calories in, why not? I mean, luckily, I'm a huge fucking guy. And that means I have a high resting BMR, and that means I can afford a lot of calories in a day, in a typical day. But even with my pretty generous allowance of calories, I manage to exceed it on a pretty fucking regular basis, obviously. So yeah, I mean, I don't really regret lifting when I do it. It just bores me really quickly. Like, I do a couple sets of a couple of exercises and I'm just like, fuck this. I'm done. I'm done, bitch. I feel like when a lot of these companies, they always like ghost pepper this, ghost pepper that. And first of all, it's never really as spicy as a fucking ghost pepper. And second of all, I feel like they never really give it much flavor. It's just like whenever I hear ghost there's something is going to be ghost pepper flavored or whatever. It's always just kind of bland but spicy. And that's such a boring thing to me. Now, maybe I haven't tried the Popeyes one, so maybe that's an exception. But I've noticed a lot of products labeled as ghost pepper this and ghost pepper that are just pretty fucking bland products other than being spicy. Like, they don't have any sort of other interesting flavor. And spicy alone is just not that fucking interesting. Like, there has to be some kind of twist to it. Like, you know, you have a bite of Nashville hot chicken, and it's got like a bunch of robust and interesting flavors that are happening, and the spiciness is just there as like a powerful enhancer. Do I like carrot cake? Sure, it's fine. Everyone wants to lose weight. I'm over here going for the high score. 500, here I come. Damn, dude. You a big boy. Try the volcano items for Taco Bell. No. I really don't eat a whole lot of fast food. I'm not going to say that I don't eat it at all. Obviously, I do. But it's not my favorite shit. It really never has been. You know, I'm more fat from going out to like real restaurants. Like, I like sitting down and getting a waitress or waiter to come to my table and bring me an appetizer and a fucking, you know, beer and a fucking main course and maybe a dessert sometimes. More than I am just getting like a couple cheeseburgers or whatever. Not to say I never do that. I clearly do. But it's not my favorite shit. I hate restaurants. I wish I hated them. I envy your hatred of restaurants. I'd probably be a lot better off if I did hate restaurants. But unfortunately, I really like them. So, oopsie daisy. I'm ironing. Does that count as a workout? Depends. Is the iron like 58 pounds or something? I love looking at who you follow on Instagram and seeing we follow the same big booty ladies. I pretty much try to follow any account that posts big butts on Instagram. I try to make sure that about 90% of my Instagram feed is gigantic asses. So, yeah. I'm too poor for restaurants, lol. Yeah, I mean, even at times in my life where I've been financially struggling, I will literally waste money on going out to eat at a restaurant because it's one of the recreational activities I pretty consistently enjoy. Like, I love food. I love going to like a new interesting restaurant and experiencing what's on the menu. Trying all their different, oh, what's this? I've never had this before. You know? Fried goat cheese balls. Huh. All right. Never had that before. Let's see how that is. It's like a kind of a lemon sauce on that. A nice, interesting balance of flavors. You know? The fried pickles from Famous Dave's is great. Recently tried a burger made of 50% beef and 50% bacon. That sounds like it's amazing, but also greasy as hell. It sounds like it'd be almost nightmarishly greasy, but probably really tasty. Fried pickles sounded disgusting to me at first, but holy shit, that shit's good. Yeah, fried pickle. I mean, I like pickles in general if they're good pickles. My favorite probably being like Clausen, but honestly, a fried pickle I'm way less picky about. You know, pretty much any pickle you fry is going to be all right with me. I've never tried ostrich. I've tried rattlesnake a couple of times. I didn't like it either time. What is this? Crazy. We'll have to look at that later. Buffalo is tasty. Ever had smoked eel? Yeah, I love eel. One of my favorite foods is like going to like a sushi restaurant and having the eel over there, which a lot of times it is smoked. And eel is one of my favorite, fish to get at a sushi place. So yeah, I've not only had smoked eel, I'm kind of like, I don't want to say a connoisseur because that would imply I have some knowledge beyond just taste good. But I'm not an aficionado either. I don't know. I like it. I'm a fan. That's what I am. I'm a fan of smoked eel. When is the 2-hour-long Freddy's Revenge analysis video? What the fuck did I promise? Did I say I was going to do that? I don't want to do that. Do I have to? I do. I don't even think I could. I can't even imagine coming up with 2 hours worth of shit to, like, when did I say I was going to do that? I cannot even imagine coming up with 2 hours of shit to say about Freddy's Revenge, dude. Like, it's not. I don't know. Like, 2 hours. I mean, I don't think I've ever had a scripted video that was 2 hours before. I think maybe I've had a couple that were like an hour, maybe. 2 hours would be insane. Absolutely fucking insane. Yeah, that would definitely be longer than the actual movie. There's no way Freddy's Revenge is longer than 2 hours. There's no fucking way. There's just no fucking way. It can't be done. It can't be done. Sounds like something Red Letter Media would do. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really watch enough Red Letter Media. I'll watch it occasionally. I'm not a huge fan. But, I have really weird taste. People don't like my media takes because I always see things like in a weird way, I guess. When will you tender an apology for attacking Freddy's Revenge? I mean, Freddy's Revenge is a retarded fucking movie. Like, it's really it's really the low point of the entire series. I mean, it's even worse than Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which I also hate. Vosh's Reddit hates his media takes. Vosh's Reddit hates his media takes. That's cool. Everyone hates mine. No one likes my fucking media takes. My media takes are usually pretty fucking, I don't know. They're not like offensive to people usually, but usually people are just like, I fucking strongly disagree, sir. You're taking an L on that one. But I feel like I'm just speaking the truth. I don't know. I feel like people, when they tell me that they enjoy a movie like Schindler's List, I feel like they're lying to me. I feel like no one is actually entertained by that shit. It's just like, oh, we're supposed to like it because it's so profound and it's about the Holocaust and it's such a serious subject and it's so artfully done, therefore it's good. It's like, yeah, but does it serve the actual function of a fucking movie? Does it entertain you? Well, it's not about that. Well, then fuck it. It's not a goddamn good movie then. It's like when they made that fourth Matrix movie and they're like, it being a piece of shit was the point. Don't you get it? It's supposed to suck. What? I don't know. Like, my movie ratings are based 100% on simply, did I enjoy sitting down and watching this thing or not? I don't care about, like, anything else. Like, sure, I mean, I'm willing to talk about those things. You want to talk about cinematography. You want to talk about tension. You want to talk about dialogue. You want to talk about special effects. You want to talk about set design, costume design, makeup effects, practical effects, CGI, whatever. Whatever aspect of film you want to talk about, I'm down to talk. Sound design. Foley. You want to talk about that stuff, I'll talk about it, and we can say, like, hey, the special effects in this movie are amazing. Hey, the performances in this movie are great. But to me, that's an entirely separate matter from, like, okay, yeah, but does it work as a whole? And the only criteria I have for that is, did I fucking enjoy myself? And if I didn't, fuck that movie. That's my opinion about it. That's my fucking take. Those are all part of entertainment value. I disagree. Because I have seen movies with terrible cinematography, terrible fucking acting, terrible pretty much across the board by every fucking, like, measurable standard. But fucking amazingly entertaining. So much fucking fun to watch. Like The Room. What did that movie ever do right? Terrible fucking cinematography. Everything is lit totally flat. The performances are a goddamn joke. The script is a fucking muddled, incoherent, retarded mess. It is one of the most entertaining films you could ever sit down and watch. The Room is a meme, basically. The Room is the funniest goddamn movie you're ever going to fucking see in your life, because nothing could ever be that funny while trying to be funny. But you know what? I've seen The Room from start to finish about 5 or 6 times now, and it has not lost even a sliver of replay value. It is every bit as entertaining every fucking time I see it. I thought it was meh. I mean, I don't see how. But hey, you know, whatever. Like I said, you're either entertained by a fucking movie or you're not. And no argument is going to compel you to be entertained by something you weren't entertained by. Like, it drives me nuts when I tell people, like, I didn't like The Lord of the Rings, and then they try to convince me it's good. It's like, what are you trying to do here? It's so irrational. Like, if I take a lick of an ice cream scoop and I'm like, ugh, this ice cream sucks. Well, you just don't understand it. What's there to understand? It sucks. If you like it, you eat it. Yeah, I love it. Why don't you love it? I guess I don't know. It doesn't taste good to me. Only with movies are people so like, how dare you not like what I liked? I'm sorry, I just didn't. Had the same experience with Interstellar. I saw Interstellar, and there were parts of that movie I thought were really cool. But overall, meh. This is my review of Interstellar. I think we should deal with everyone who doesn't eat ass. I mean, well, look. We can't openly call for the genocide of people who don't eat ass. TG, you have my undying love until you disagree with me about a movie. Your take on Nope means I don't love you anymore. I mean, I didn't even hate it. I thought it was all right. What's so bad? I mean, like, I watched the movie Nope, and my review of Nope would be like, eh. That's one level above meh, meh, eh, eh. I give that movie an eh. Jaws, best Spielberg movie. Dude, Jaws is a fucking masterpiece, okay? Jaws is a goddamn masterpiece. I love that fucking movie. Meh to eh. Ah. Yeah, I would say if I have to rate all movies with grunts, I would say like a truly shitty movie is like, ugh. Ugh. Then a movie that's a little bit less shitty is like, ugh. So it goes from ugh to eh to meh to eh to huh to whoa. That's basically the rating system I go by. Too bad you can't do watch parties on stream. I know, man. Caveman movie reviews. What are some whoa movies? Mad Max Fury Road would be one. I liked Inception. I can't really tell you. The only thing I didn't like about Inception is that the people in Inception have some of the most boring fucking dreams. Like, the dream world in Inception doesn't really feel all that much like a dream world. It feels way too grounded and full of, like, geometry and shit. It's like, maybe that's what Chris Nolan's dreams are like. But my dreams are way more irrational and insane. So that would be my only criticism, I think, of Inception, is that the dream world really seems way too grounded and realistic. It doesn't really feel very dreamlike. It feels like when they go to the Q Continuum in Voyager and it's just a gas station in a desert. Yeah. Didn't really feel quite right, did it? What's the best dream you've ever had? I mean, we can't get X-rated here. Bad Lieutenant Port of Call, New Orleans. Yeah, that's a great fucking movie. That movie fucking rocks. I don't really remember South Park's take on Inception. So I guess I can't really criticize. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what their criticisms were. I remember they were critical of the movie, but I really don't remember what they said about it or what the criticisms were or whatever the hell. So I'm not exactly sure on that. I mean, the Nightmare on Elm Street series pretty consistently, even at its worst, portrayed dreams in a much more realistic fashion than the movie Inception did. Like, even the worst of the Nightmare on Elm Street films has more compelling dream imagery than Inception does. Because Inception's dream world, once again, just feels incredibly sterile and unimaginative and way too grounded in reality. You know, a movie like The Cell, even though I think The Cell is kind of a piece of shit and just like a glorified Marilyn Manson video where the music never comes. Yeah, I mean, it's not that great, but the dream world is fucking cool. It might be edgy as fuck to a point where a lot of people would probably roll their eyes watching it in 2023, but it's interesting. The visuals are neat. The visuals in Inception are so restrained, but honestly, it's like whatever. There's a lot of cool stuff in the movie still. You know, the city folding in on itself, the trains where trains aren't supposed to be, you know, stuff like that was still cool. And but you know, it was really what was more interesting about Inception to me was really, it was just like a kind of a cool action movie, you know. Edge. You guys want to look at some right-wing memes? Want to look at right-wing memes? I want to look at right-wing memes. Let's do it. This is from a Twitter account. I'm sorry, an X account saying, why you can't have a country explained. Well, actually you can. There's like, how many countries are there on the face of the globe? Like 300 something? Pretty sure you can have a country. Having a country equals nationalism. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You can have a country and not be a nationalist. Nationalism equals like the Nazis. I mean, the Nazis were nationalist, but that was only a small fragment of their ideology. The Nazis did the Holocaust. Okay, that's true. The Holocaust equals you can't question it or Jews attack you and you lose your job and or go to jail. Well, you don't go to jail for that in America. There might be some other countries where you can go to jail for denying the Holocaust. But you're not going to be attacked by the Jews for denying the Holocaust. I mean, you will be, but rightly so, because you're a fucking liar. You're going to be attacked by anyone who gives a rat's ass about the truth one way or the other, because the Holocaust 100% happened, and the evidence that it happened is freaking staggering. But of course, evidence doesn't matter anymore because we live in a post-truth reality where reality has become a choose-your-own-adventure book, much to the delight of the right. How trans think they look, how they actually look. You know, the sad thing about this is that you know for a fact that the person who made this meme has multiple times looked up trans porn and therefore knows that there are plenty of extraordinarily beautiful trans women. But even the ugly trans women, so what? There's ugly cis women. There's ugly people in general. Ugly people exist. Attractive people exist. Normal looking people who are neither extraordinarily ugly or attractive exist. And as far as like trans people go, they represent all three of those categories. A small select group of trans people are ugly. A small select group of trans people are beautiful. Most trans people, just like most of every other group of people, just kind of look normal. Neither insanely attractive or insanely hideous, just normal looking folks. No uterus, no opinion on abortion. Okay, no guns, no opinion on gun laws. Oh my goodness gracious me. The title of this post on the subreddit, the Right Can't Meme, is "Guns are a choice to have, uteruses aren't." And that's pretty much all you have to say, right? Like, that just makes this whole equivalency crumble into dust, doesn't it? Because no one decided to have a uterus. You decide to own a gun. Having a gun is a choice. And if a woman gets pregnant, she is really the main person that suffers from that. If some crazy person shoots me in the head, I'm the main person that suffers from that. So as a person who may potentially be shot, I think I'm entitled to an opinion on gun laws. And since pretty much all of us, especially in America, are potential shooting victims every time we leave our homes, and a lot of times even when we don't, I think we are all entitled to have an opinion about gun laws. But not only that, it's not like no uterus, no opinion on abortion is something enforceable. Plenty of people without uteruses have opinions on abortion. No one is stopping them. There is no law, okay? In fact, a lot of people with no uteruses are actively making laws in regards to abortion. God, what are they doing down there? Angel, they are making beef in a lab. God, what? I gave them a bunch of breeds of cattle to get beef from. Angel, they think cattle are destroying the planet, so growing it in a lab is healthier and more eco-friendly. God, ooh. First of all, I love the idea that God doesn't really know what's going on. Isn't he supposed to be, I don't know, all-knowing? Second of all, why the hell would God be so mad about this? Like, what does he care? Hey, God, we figured out a way to make beef in a lab. It's way more humane, and it has way less environmental impact. So we're going to do that, okay? And God's like, no! Why? Why would God be so petty about this? Blaming this little white girl for slavery is kind of like blaming this little Japanese girl for Pearl Harbor. All right, well, I'm fine with both. That little white girl did slavery. That little Japanese girl did Pearl Harbor. Send them both to the fucking Hague for war crimes. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe this one is not that bad of a point, right? Like, as far as right-wing memes go, at least it's putting forth an argument. If I'm going to criticize it, my criticism would probably be that no one is really blaming the little white girl for slavery, or at least very few people are. I don't think anyone... I think it's kind of a misunderstanding of the argument to say that acknowledging like America's fraught racial history is the equivalent of trying to blame this little kid for slavery. No one thinks it's her fault. Everyone understands she wasn't born yet. She didn't do it. But the argument is not that. The argument is that, hey, because of this historical oppression, black people are kind of like behind in terms of like wealth accumulation and stuff in this country. Because there was a lot of American history where they were literally in shackles. And then after they were let out of those literal shackles, there were still plenty of like metaphorical shackles placed on them. So they weren't really allowed to advance as much in society as white people are. And you can't just expect that the very second the shackles come off, it's just, oh, well, now, you know, things are totally equivalent and equal. It just doesn't work that way. But acknowledging that is not the same as saying, like, this little white girl, you know, she did slavery. All right, this is a funny one to me. Communism. I guess this couple is bad for some reason. Maybe because they're, I don't know. Is it, what's wrong with them exactly? I guess they look kind of rough. So I guess communism, people look rough. I mean, whatever. Capitalism, lesbians. I mean, that's every time we've tried capitalism, everyone becomes a lesbian. We got to stop. Meanwhile, traditionalism. Traditionalism is when family picnic, right? Because that's what traditionally, you know, has been our system of economics, is having picnics with our family. Like, communism and capitalism are economic philosophies. Traditionalism isn't. Not only that, like, this is just some idyllic scene that has really no bearing on anything. You know, like, people go for picnics in capitalism. People probably went for picnics under communism. That doesn't mean anything. Dear generation with saggy pants, this is how you wear jeans. Yeah, sure. Celebrate their culture, says the crying soy jack. Oh, celebrate their culture. And then the Chad is like, no. And then it shows the black people, you know, and this is the pie chart explaining black culture. The three major sections of black culture is arguing over Jordan and LeBron, arguing over top 5 rappers of all time, and murdering, of course. That's that encompasses the totality of black culture. You might have thought they made some like contributions, you know, art, poetry, music, stuff like that. But no, none of that happened. The only thing that ever happened was arguing over Jordan and LeBron and murdering and those non-stop arguments about the top 5 rappers. It's like all they care about. You ever talk to a black person, it's like they just can't shut up about LeBron and Jordan or the top 5 rappers of all time. It's like the only subjects black people are even capable of discussing. It's crazy. This one, I don't even really see the problem. So there's 2 dudes. They're watching Obama on TV. One says, I hate Trump. The other says, me too. And then they start giving each other hand jobs. And yeah, based. Cool. This, I forgot I even pulled this. The night is darkest just before the dawn, and I promise you the dawn is coming. And then they have Batman with Donald Trump's hair, which, you know, I never would have thought the shortest route from Batman looking like a badass to Batman looking like an absolutely laughable pussy is slapping Trump's hairdo on top of him. Batman now has absolutely zero intimidation factor. The criminals of Gotham can rest easy tonight because Batman is now a fucking joke. Matt Walsh, everybody loves him. If I could trade in women's suffrage to get back the 60 million humans that feminism by way of abortion has killed, I would do it in a heartbeat. So yeah, Matt Walsh, another completely mask off moment from him. I don't even really think Matt Walsh has much of a mask to begin with, but just saying like, yeah, if I could return women to a position of second-class chattel slavery where they are just the property of men, and in exchange for that, I can take away their reproductive rights, then I would absolutely do that. I mean, we all knew he would do that. It's just fun to me that we now live in a time and a place where he can openly admit to that motive and agenda, and so many people are just like, best. Wow, totally based. We got way too many incels in this country. I know it's a controversial stance, but I'm going to put it forth anyway. Some of you women out there need to start fucking these incels for the good of the land, for the good of this country. You know, you guys, there used to be an attitude among women of turning these guys into like simps and pussy whipping them and making them little like good slave boys. And that needs to come back. Because this whole new antagonism towards, incels thing, it's ruining America. For the good of America, we got to get these incels laid, and women, you just need to do it. It's your patriotic duty, and it's a way to fight for your ongoing civil liberties. At least until we can invent the sex robots. Gave her life, saving thousands. And they want her family to pay for her last flight. Oh, man, that's crazy how we do that in this country. Yeah, did you guys know that we actually make the families of war veterans pay for their bodies to be flown home? Yeah, that's right. We do that. No, actually, we don't. The government totally pays for that. Sentenced to life for murdering infants, and they want our taxes to pay for, quote unquote, her new breasts. I mean, she obviously she could do with some tits. Look at her. She's being forced to, resort to putting bowls on her chest, to simulate tits. No, get that lady some tits. Maybe she's an infant murderer, serving time in prison, but that's no reason that she shouldn't have a fucking big old pair of mommy milkers. Okay. And yeah, that is Wario. This comic, the creator of this comic, Wokely Correct or whatever the hell. Whenever they depict a trans woman in one of their comics, it's always basically just Wario with pigtails. That's their whole shtick. Take us to your leader. Welcome. It's my honor as president of the United States. Ha ha. Good one. Shalom. Yes, because the Jews are the ones who secretly rule the entire world. I love the Jews run everything conspiracy nuts because, man, like the degree to which they think the Jews run the world, like I've literally seen them say shit like, the Jews invented shopping carts so that we'd buy too much food. It's like, man, if they've really socially engineered society to the extent that you guys claim they have, then they fucking deserve to run the world. If they're that good at just making us dance to their tune, then they goddamn have earned ruling the earth. And I, for one, bow down before my Jewish overlords. But of course, it's actually ridiculous. The Jews do not run the earth. Officer, I caught a child trafficker. And it's that same character, the same Wario character as before. But then, this SJW cop with blue hair tackles the person who caught the child trafficker and says, Captain, I caught a QAnon conspiracist. It's amazing to me how, and this, I think, is one of Umberto Eco's features of capitalism, where the enemy is both incredibly strong and incredibly weak. When they want to make fun of the soy on the left, it's like, oh, they're just a bunch of pussies. But when they want to do their little persecution narrative, it's like all of a sudden, oh my God, they're just overpowering us, you guys. The whole system is overpowering us because it's all gone woke. Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, which is one of the worst chapters of the Libertarian Party in terms of definitely, at least in terms of its social media presence. People have a right to free insulin. People have a right to free cotton. Oh, same energy. Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, I think you're energy detection, matrices are askew, and they need a little bit of realignment, because I don't think that giving, insulin subsidized by tax dollars to people who will die without it is the same as a slave owner putting a bunch of people in chains and forcing them to pick cotton. I kind of think those two things might have a few little points of difference that, one could probably elucidate on. This is from the anarcho-capitalism subreddit. America has only 133 million registered voters. How could 159 million votes be cast? That's not important. What is important is that you're racist. No, what is important is that you just completely made those numbers up. America does not only have 133 million registered voters. My brave husband died defending our farm from raiders before the other men of our village could come and drive off the attackers. Please, when I die, bury me with his sword. 1,000 years later, the inhabitant of a medieval grave in Finland may have been non-binary, a new study finds. First of all, no one would ever draw the conclusion that someone was non-binary just because they were buried with a fucking sword. But, let's just ask ourselves, though, what's a more logical conclusion? You find a female sexed skeleton buried with a sword. What's more logical? That was her husband's sword, and he died defending the farm from raiders, and her request was that when she dies, she be buried with his sword? Or that it was her fucking sword? The way more logical, the way more Occam's razor explanation is that it was her sword. Because people were not buried with each other's possessions. They were buried with their own. So, what the fuck are you on, you crack-smoking, lunatic, right-wing dipshits? We live in an age where you can build an entire culture around anal sex and venereal disease and then parade the streets with giant dildos and call it pride. But say you're proud to come from a people who gave the world Aristotle, Shakespeare, and Beethoven, and you're called a monster. So basically, how come gay people are allowed to have pride, but we're not allowed to have white pride? I think it's so fucking pathetic that white people, have so little going on for themselves that they have to literally try to, gain a sense of grandiosity from the accomplishments of dudes that have been dead for hundreds and in some cases thousands of years. Aristotle, Shakespeare, and Beethoven, get over yourself, bro. Are you any of those people? The people that gave ooh, wow. Did you know Aristotle was the same color as me? Did you know I share a pretty superficial character trait with Aristotle, bro? I guess I knew that, but I also don't give a rat's ass. Wow. And I'm pretty sure that gay pride is not just a celebration of anal sex and venereal disease. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a celebration of the rights of two people of the same sex to be in love or lust with each other. People's souls are broken because cuties, the Democrats looked at cuties and such an empowering movie. And they looked at The Sound of Freedom and said, this is just QAnon paranoia. I remember cuties being pretty much universally reviled. And I remember Sound of Freedom, a few people said that there was some QAnon shit connected to it because the main guy who starred in it was literally going out there spreading QAnon talking points in interviews. But as far as the movie itself goes, it actually got pretty well reviewed. Isn't it sitting in the 80% or something like that on Rotten Tomatoes, upper 70s, low 80s on Rotten Tomatoes? So it's been a pretty well received fucking movie. So I don't know. This is just yet another, like, here's our completely made up narrative where we're right. This is Robert Picardo, the doctor from Star Trek Voyager. For some reason, I love the characters that these guys put in their memes. I wonder why there are no women transitioning to men and trying to compete in men's sports. Well, interesting meme and all, but there are. So here's just a few examples. Chris Mosier, a triathlete and duathlete, who is the first trans athlete to qualify to participate in Olympics trials in the gender in which he identifies, and has been part of Team USA in international competitions. According to his website, he is the first known transgender man to represent the United States in international competition. He also runs transathlete.com, a resource for students, athletes, coaches, and administrators to find information about trans inclusion in athletics. 2015, you had swimmer Schuler Baylor, was described by his alma mater, Harvard University, as the first openly transgender swimmer to compete on an NCAA Division I men's team, the highest level of intercollegiate athletics. He finished his college years in the top 13% of the breaststroke and top 15% of the butterfly stroke. Patricio Manuel became the first openly transgender man to box professionally in the U.S. and win. He faced off against Mexican athlete Hugo Aguilar and actually recently had his second fight and won again. Also found this article about a trans male fencer making history at Wayne State University. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, the amount of people who are transgender is a very, very small percentage of people. The amount of people who are athletic on a professional level of athletics, also a very, very small number of people. So when you have two groups that are very, very tiny groups, there's not going to be much of a, there's not going to be, like, if there's not very many trans people and there's not very many professional level athletes, there's not going to be that many trans professional level athletes. And guess what? There aren't. There just aren't. There aren't that many female or male trans professional athletes. So, and like, this is like flies in the, I mean, like, if you're going to say that trans women have this enormous, insane advantage over cis women when it comes to competing in sports, then you would also have to say that trans men are at a huge disadvantage against biological men, right? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Trans men do just fine. We saw a swimmer that finished in the top 13% of their college. We saw a boxer that's won 2 fights. I don't know the quality level of their opponents, but they beat cis men at the sport of boxing on the professional fucking level. So this whole idea that there are like trans women who are becoming trans just to excel at sports, like, is pretty goddamn insane just on the face of it, because who the fuck would go through that? Who the hell is so obsessed with athletic performance that they're literally willing to, like, get on estrogen and start transitioning to the opposite sex just to be, like, on a higher level of competition? I'm going to dominate in the female division. I couldn't cut it in the male division, so I'm going to dominate in the female, division by transitioning my fucking sex. Like, what? No one would do that. And anyone who would do that is literally a fucking lunatic, which I guess is part of the point. But the point is, no one's actually doing that. People don't transition so they can win at a sport. That's stupid. That's absurd. And I think the real reason that trans male athletes do not get attacked nearly as much as trans female athletes is because they just don't make straight men as uncomfortable. Supposedly straight men, I should say. Because anyone who's that freaked out about it, I think, is at the very least harboring some sort of fear that they might not be as 100% straight as they want to think of themselves as. Actually, teach I'm going to grow huge tits so I can be better at professional bowling. Well, I mean, obviously you're willing to do that, but most people not willing to do that. Wait, who cares about sports? Isn't the planet dying? Yeah, but like, what are we supposed to do? Just sit around crying about that 24/7? Other issues still exist, even if the planet is dying. You know, sports are still a thing. We'll be right back. When is Slipknot gonna fucking tour again? Are they touring now? I want to see Slipknot before Slipknot's no longer a thing. Before they get too old to rock.
Trumpism, or as some people...
Yeah. Let's see. Oops. All right, let's learn about Trumpism, because Donald Trump is going to explain to us the definition of Trumpism, which I appreciate, because all too often you get these right-wingers who use these terms, but they never define the terms. One thing you can count on from old Donald Trump is he will tell you what terms mean. So let's find out what the definition of Trumpism is. Here we go.
Trumpism, or as some people call it, America First, is very...
Think about the level of conceit already fucking on display here, all right? Think about the level of conceit already on display. This guy thinks that the philosophy of putting America first, if you can even call that a freaking philosophy in the first place, this guy thinks that the philosophy, the very idea of prioritizing America first in global affairs is some sort of thing that he invented. Like, prior to that, it never occurred to anyone to put America first. But then he came along and came up with that brilliant philosophy, and that's why that philosophy is called Trumpism, after him, its originator. What a dork. And look at me. Look at me. With my little leather crown and my eye makeup and my wizard beard and my unnecessary watch and my bracelets and my rings and my Hamburglar shirt, even I can credibly say this guy is a fucking dork. And he was the president of your country. How shameful is that? Oof. Oops. This is the one we want.
Very, very simple. Low taxes and regulation. The most powerful military.
Wow. Cool. We're going to lower taxes, the thing that pay for the military, but keep on spending more and more on the military. What good fiscal sense. I can see why this guy has never gone bankrupt several times as a businessman, because he's obviously a goddamn business genius. Stop taking in money and spend money. Freaking brilliant, man.
Tariffs and taxes on other countries who have taken advantage of...
Oh, other countries are going to pay for it. Yeah. We're going to tariff and tax those countries. And that's how we're going to pay for our ultra huge military. Yeah, that's going to work out, because those other countries aren't going to put two and two together and be like, hey, if we stopped paying all these taxes and tariffs to the United States, we probably wouldn't have much to fear from their military, since it's entirely funded by us. So let's just stop. They would never put that together.
Of the United States, and which will make...
They would never... Like, basically, Donald Trump is saying here that he wants us to make all of our federal spending, which to him apparently should just be 100% the military, or at least damn near that. All of this money that he wants to spend on our super big military, he wants to put other countries on the line for that money, which, where have we heard that before? Remember, initially he said he was going to have Mexico pay for his wall to keep Mexicans out. This guy consistently tries to make people pay for things that are not in their own self-interest. Like, Mexicans were not going to pay for the wall, and they didn't. Other countries that we threaten our military with are not going to fund our fucking military. This is dumb. This guy wants us to fund our programs with other people's money, because that's how he always did it. When he was in the business world, he never put up any of his own money for anything. He always put up other people's money. And he thinks that America as a country can just do the same thing. But the problem is, just like how his dumbass got checkmated and bankrupt 50 times in the goddamn business world, that's what would happen to America. We would just get checkmated because other countries are going to realize, hey, this country has fucking created a financial strategy, a taxation strategy, wherein their only source of revenue is us because they're not taxing their own people shit anymore. More specifically, they're not taxing their billionaires shit anymore. So it's basically all up to us to fund them. So the second we don't send money into their country anymore, we have them by the balls. They've basically handed us their balls and said, here, protect these. Well, they're not going to, because guess what? Just like you put America first, all those other countries put themselves first, because all countries put themselves first, just like all organisms put themselves first.
The USA rich, debt-free, again, in very quick order.
How the hell is America's going to be rich and debt-free when we lower taxes? That doesn't make sense. We're going to lower taxes, increase spending, make our only source of taxable revenue, or our primary one at least, foreign money, and somehow that's going to make us like rich and debt-free? This is like literal gibberish. This is literal, you do not understand economics, guy. And I know no one truly understands economics. No one truly does. Anyone who claims to is a freaking psychotic, lying lunatic. But this is just insanity. Can you imagine, like, if someone came to you as like the head of your household and proposed this? Like, look, this household is going to take in less money and we're going to spend more money. And anyone who wants to do business with us, we're going to gouge the shit out of them. Like, what do you think the fate of that household would be? Abject fucking poverty, right? The same is true on a national level.
And if countries want to take from the United States, they must pay for the privilege of taking. Protection of our undersea Second Amendment, great health care, low energy prices through...
How the hell are we going to have great health care with low taxes? Every country that has great health care has universal health care, which means health care paid for by taxation, which means health care that is provided by the raising of taxes. You can't have universal health care at current tax rates. So taxes would have to be raised, but we would spend less money in the long run because guess what? Private insurance companies are gouging the fucking shit out of us. Every time a person gets sick, they're gouged. I will tell you, recently, I went to accompany my wife to visit her sick grandmother, who's 94 years old, who's in the hospital. She was in the hospital. Then she was moved to a nursing home. And they kicked her out of the nursing home. They basically lied and said that she could take care of herself, even though she couldn't, because they didn't want to keep her in the nursing home on state dollars. So after they kicked her out of the nursing home and back into her house where she has no means of taking care of herself, I asked the question of like, hey, well, how much would it be for us to just pay to keep her in the nursing home? How much would that be? And the answer was $500 a day. $500 a day for her to sit in a room in a bed and get visited by a nurse a couple times a day and get some substandard bland ass food. $500 a day for that. Why is it $500 a day? It's $500 a day because all these other people staying there are staying there on the dime of insurance companies. When the hospitals know the insurance companies are going to foot the bill, they jack up the rates. And you know what the insurance companies do? They jack up their rates, and then they try to deny coverage as broadly as possible to save money because they got to pay for this shit. This whole system is back-asswards, okay? Wouldn't it make a whole fuck of a lot more sense to just have the government cover everyone and negotiate one rate Of course it would. It's not even hypothetical. We fucking know it works, and we just won't do it because we're so cucked to capitalism that we would literally rather have a horrible healthcare system where private insurance companies make money and then funnel a good chunk of that money to the politicians making the laws. And then those politicians can drum up fear of government-run healthcare when what they're really scared of is not government-run healthcare. They're scared of losing their bribe money. And unless you're going to raise fucking taxes, you can't fix that problem. So don't fucking tell. Orange man is bad. Okay? I know that a lot of times when you criticize Trump, people say, oh, orange man bad, huh? Well, if orange man is going to look me dead in the fucking eye and tell me I am going to lower taxes and increase military spending and we're going to have great health care, then yeah, he's not only a liar. I mean, he's either a liar or a lunatic. Liar or lunatic, take your fucking pick. He's one of the goddamn two.
Energy independence and even dominance, parental power on school boards.
Parental power on school boards does not actually mean parental power on school boards. Because when it comes to progressive parents trying to raise their kids with their values, the state overrides that. Oh, yeah, that's actually child abuse, in fact. Parental power on school boards really just means right-wing conservative power on school boards. So let's be honest about our phrasing here.
Life, strong borders.
Life? Just life? Life. Is anyone pro-death? Even most anti-natalists just want humans to stop breeding. They're not necessarily looking for people to die.
And so much more. We will make America great again.
Finally. I've been looking forward to it, man. That's like every day I look outside and I'm like, God, when is someone going to come along and make America great again? Then I look at this beautiful face of Donald Trump here and I say to myself, that's the guy to do it. That's the savior.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, rum. Man, how dumb do you have to be to fall for this goddamn grift? How dumb, how like completely devoid of even an ounce of critical thinking do you honestly have to be to hear some incoherent goddamn gibberish like the shit that Trump just said? Like Trump literally fit more nonsense in that 45 seconds than most politicians fit in their entire lifetime of speaking. How dumb do you have to be to fall for it? I'll answer that for you. It's a rhetorical question. Incredibly fucking dumb. Even Forrest Gump would be like, something don't add up. You know what I mean? Like, how stupid are we as a goddamn country at this point? Where 30% of people or something like that look at this guy and go, yeah, he's on to something. Lower taxes, raise spending, gouge everyone we do business with to make up the difference. He's fucking brilliant. We're fucked. We're goddamn capital F fucked. I think Trump voters don't fully buy this stuff, but just like him on the economy. He was talking about the economy. That's the subject I am opining on currently. Open your ears. Ernest P. Worrell would see through the script. Yeah, all of the famous idiots. Something don't add up, you know what I mean, Vern? You know, like, they would all see through it. Peter Griffin would see through it. Homer Simpson would see through it. But 30% of Americans can't see through it. Insane. Absolutely batshit bonkers, my friends. Make America great again. Make America great again. Oh, yeah, we're going to make America Grr. Oh, I love them. God bless them. God bless their little souls. You know what I mean? God bless the grifters of the world. God bless the grifters of the world. It's so beautiful. You know? You guys get real quiet in between these segments. You know that? Like every time I end a segment and I kind of like, all right, chat, now it's your time to talk. You guys just like clam right the fuck up every fucking time. This is actually your cue to say stuff. Go ahead. You think you'll smoke in Vegas? Probably. I mean, I've always said that it'd be the one place I would smoke. But I don't know. I don't know how much I will. I think I'll buy a pack and I'll smoke it. And that'll probably be that. But honestly, like I was walking through a parking lot the other day and I smelled someone was smoking a I could tell by the odor it was like a Black and Mild, you know? Not a blunt, but like I smelled the distinct tobacco of the Black and Mild and I was just like, oof, it was like turning my stomach. It smelled so fucking gross to me. So I don't know. Maybe it's lost its appeal. We'll find out. Nothing like a shitty cigar with a plastic nipple. Amen. TJ cigarette cope right here. Maybe. I don't know. All I know, I mean, I've walked past people smoking cigarettes before. I never felt like disgust, like, ugh. But when I walked past that person smoking that Black and Mild and I could smell in the air, it really was nasty smell. But, you know, they are pretty gross. Are you going to see the big sphere? I mean, it's so big. How could I avoid seeing it, right? I mean, it's huge. It's gigantic. It's part of the fucking skyline. I don't really do blackjack. I've never really been all that great at it. I'm always hitting higher than I should, I think. It's like, fuck it, hit me. Am I under 21? Then hit me. I'm looking for the blackjack. I didn't know people smoke those. I thought they were just used to roll blunts. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all they should be used for, but definitely people do smoke them. Someone should hack the sphere and put gay porn on it. Dude, that'd be so awesome. If that does happen, I feel like I want it to happen while I'm there. Craps has the best odds in table games. Yeah, but it also has the most inscrutable fucking rules of any goddamn table game. Like, literally, if someone tries to explain the rules of craps to you, you will go fucking cross-eyed, dude. You're just like, okay. Oh, sounds good. It is literally the most, like, you ever read the old Calvin and Hobbes strips? There's a game that Calvin made up called Calvin Ball, where the rules are just insane gibberish. And I feel like Craps is basically the same game. Trump actually has a better chance. People realize in 2024, Americans don't all blame him for January 6th. I mean, not all Americans even think January 6th was bad. So still plenty of people who fucking agree. Like for every crazy motherfucker that showed up on January 6th, there was like fucking 20 crazy motherfuckers that didn't show up, but agreed. So, you know, I mean, I think anyone who doesn't think Trump has a chance is probably deluding themselves. The only way that, you know, Trump is just like guaranteed to not get in there is if they just like disqualify him from running. Have you finished Red Dead Redemption 2's main story? Yes. I've played through the entire game. It let me keep playing afterwards. I guess there's like more stuff I could do, like go around and do like the legendary hunts and try to find all the cards and shit like that. But yeah, you know, I'm done. I got through it. I'm good. You should either play pass and don't come or don't pass and don't come in craps. Ignore everything else on the table. Yeah, but here's the problem. I don't like betting on a game that I don't understand. And I don't fucking, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I could potentially understand craps if I actually gave a shit. But like, if I'm there to gamble, I don't really want to learn the fucking rules of this overly complicated game. I'll stick to roulette because I get it. So if the number I pick comes up, I win. Okay. Just like, can I guess what's going to happen next? Sometimes I guess, sometimes I don't. TJ, when Trump dies, you think his base will fizzle out or 1,000 more will try to rise up in his place? I mean, it's definitely going to be a case where there's going to be like a vacuum and people are going to try to fill it and be like, oh, I'm going to be the next Trump. No, I'm going to be the next Trump. No, I'm going to be the next Trump. But none of them are going to succeed because there's never a next anybody. Whenever there is some sort of like transformative figure, whether it be for the good or the bad, there's never going to be a second coming of that figure. There's never going to be like, oh, it's the next this person. Because, you know, like there's going to be some new iterate. Like the next Trump is not going to be the next Trump. It's going to be the next person that changes the paradigm from what it is. So what you're going to get is a lot of like Trump light candidates who don't really amount to much until someone comes along and really changes the game yet again. That's true too. A lot of Trump fans, I mean, like, I think we think that a lot more, we think that Trump fans are a lot younger than they are because we see a lot of Trump sycophants represented in media as young guys, but most of them are not. Like, most of Trump's fan base are fucking old as shit. So yeah, a lot of them are just gonna fucking shuffle off this mortal coil around the same time he does. I really can't wait until the Trump era of America is done with. Be careful. Because oftentimes when we say like, oh man, I can't wait for, you know, this to be over, it's just, it turns out that what we hated was just a prelude to the worst thing. There might be a time when you're like, man, I wish we had Trump again compared to this shit. So a little while ago, about well, I don't want to get specific about dates because I don't know when this is gonna come out as a clip. So not too long ago, I put out a video where I joked about people who were so unserious about the issue of climate change and this record heat that we are experiencing. And when I say record heat, I mean the highest level of heat that we have seen in many places since records began. Multiple days of insane heat, well beyond anything in the historical record. And I kind of joked about someone who is so like obliviously disconnected from that, such an idiot, that they would just say, well, we got air conditioning, so maybe it's 190 degrees outside, but it's a cool 68 in here. And I was like, I literally invented that character as like, what is the dumbest possible position you could fucking have on this issue? And then I found out that Ben Shapiro actually has that goddamn position. Holy shit. How? How the fuck is anyone so stupid that literally I invent out of whole cloth just an idiot character that says things that are so beyond the pale that no one could actually believe them? And then here comes Ben Shapiro to just unabashedly and completely seriously say the things that I said in such freaking jest. How?
Can I point out that there are a lot of headlines right now about how hot it is outside? I know. It's hot outside. You know what I can do about that? Zero things.
The headlines are not pointing out just that it's hot outside. They're pointing out that it's historically hot outside. What can you do? What can I do about that? I could do zero things. No, there's actually quite a few things you could do. You could support like the Green New Deal. You could support a more fucking climate-friendly infrastructure. You could support green energy. You could stop taking fucking fracking billionaire money and stop lying on their behalf. A lot of things you could do, Ben.
Thank God we have this thing called air conditioning. It's awesome. You know, it's a great cure for...
Oh, yeah, and, you know, the great thing about air conditioning is, one, everyone can afford to just run it 24/7. And everybody has it, and nobody works outside where they can't escape the heat. Luckily, all of those things are true, right, Ben?
Being super duper hot outside, being a first world country. Amazing.
We're a first world country with a whole lot of third world sections, though, Ben. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people don't have air conditioning in this country. A lot of people have air conditioning but can't afford to just run it all the time. And a lot of people have jobs where, guess what, dumbass? They work outdoors. Construction workers don't fucking get air conditioning, all right?
It works out tremendously well because it turns out that if you have a really solid energy grid and you have the capacity to turn on that AC.
A really solid energy grid? We've had so many blackouts and brownouts in this country because we do not have a great energy grid. We have actually a pretty fucking faulty energy grid that could fail at a moment's notice and plunge us into being completely at the mercy of merciless, insane heat.
You're living quite comfortably these days. You know what sucks? Global poverty. You know what brings global poverty? Decarbonization.
Okay. Okay, Ben. That's the root cause of poverty, huh? Decarbonization. Everyone would just be rich if if everybody on Earth was just pumping out carbons 24/7, there would be no poverty. Man, does that sound like a talking point of an actual intellectual, or does that sound like a talking point of a shill for the oil and gas industry? Which one does it sound like?
Let me also point out that the media always do this routine when it's very, very...
This would be like if Ben Shapiro received a bunch of money from strawberry farmers And then, like, he was like, you know what cures cancer? Strawberries. You know what would fix our economy? Strawberries. And everyone would be like, this guy is obviously a shill for fucking strawberries. But because it's oil and gas, he can just like, man, you know what really would just plunge everyone into poverty? If we were to get off of oil dependency. If we were to stop relying on these fucking dirty fuels like coal and oil and shit, and we actually made serious investments into solar and wind and hydro, that would fucking destroy us, wouldn't it?
Very hot outside. They never ever cover it when it's cold. So it's funny. The media will say,
yes, they do. What are you talking about? If it's historically fucking cold outside, yes, that will be in the fucking newspaper, dumbass. If there's a polar vortex and it creates a gigantic blizzard and temperatures go to like -20, that's in the fucking newspaper, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? You're such a liar. How do people not hear that and go like, that's a lie? They just blindly accept what this little fucking weasel says. It's so sad.
Well, you know, it's not global warming, it's now climate change. And the reason they changed the term from global warming to climate change is because the climate in many cases is colder during the winters than it was before. So it's hotter during the summers and it's colder during the winters. They've called
that's why it's called climate change. Good.
This climate weirding, but that doesn't really seem to go over all that way. So now they call it climate change, which of course is an incredibly vague term because the climate is always changing.
The climate is not all. I mean, okay, the climate is always changing. That is actually fair, but the rapidity with which it has changed since the Industrial Revolution is freaking insane. There's never been a time in Earth's history where the climate was changing this radically, this quickly. So, yeah. I mean, other than like a meteor hits and the Earth is plunged, and like a cataclysmic event will do it, sure. But like without something like that happening, I guess you could argue honestly that human beings industrializing is a cataclysmic event in some respects. Not quite as dramatic as a big meteor strike, but yeah.
However, it is worth noting at this point that all of this, folks, millions will die of the heat waves that are occurring on planet. Oh my God, the ocean is so hot during the summer in Florida. Okay, so first of all,
the ocean being so hot during the summer in Florida is a huge threat to the Florida economy, which I know you care about, because guess what? All the fish die because they can't survive at that temperature. Then there's no more fish. Then there's no more seafood market. Then a bunch of people fucking starve and a bunch of businesses go under. And yet another food source for Americans is gone. We already have a lot of the water that supports our farmlands is being depleted, and it cannot be easily replenished. We already have a scenario where a lot of our fish are dying. A lot of our insects are even dying. So the entire ecosystem of the planet is being thrown into chaos, and Ben Shapiro just seems to think that that's going to have no effect on us. Think about for a moment the level of delusion present where your planet is literally becoming a totally different sort of environment. A lot of the species that you have consistently relied on are dying off. The bees that pollinate our crops are threatened. The fish that we eat are threatened. The insects that are such a crucial part of doing like the cleanup, getting rid of all of this organic material that is dead. Because like something dies, part of it, the decomposition process, is insects eating it. You know, they're dying off. Their numbers have reduced pretty dramatically just in like the last few decades. And you just think all this is happening. We know all this is happening. It's all observable. But Ben Shapiro just thinks like somehow we're just going to be magically immune from it all. But the sad reality is that Ben Shapiro knows that's not true. He's just being paid to convince stupid people that it's true so that they don't do anything about it until it's too late. Ben Shapiro's job, his profession is lying to idiots so that they don't overturn the apple cart until the people who are currently profiting are dead. It's like, hey, can you keep these idiots from hanging me until, rightly for what I've done? Can you do that until the day I'm dead? That's the grift. Ben Shapiro, his entire job is lying to idiots to buy the billionaires more time to rape the planet until they're all dead and gone and a new crop of billionaires comes up with a new grift.
It is hot this summer in Florida. Also, it's hot like every summer in Florida. You been to Florida? It's really, really hot and humid.
It's been hot before. Has it been record-breakingly hot before? Has it been this hot before? Isn't that the point? It has never been this hot before. That's the whole point of record-breaking heat, is it's now hotter than it's ever been, which that might be worth taking notice of. I don't know. Seems like the kind of thing you might want to go, huh, why is that? Unless you just have zero intellectual curiosity, which of course you do.
Like, I noticed when I first visited here several years ago, and we moved anyway because air conditioning exists.
Good for it. Wow. I mean, every time I think that they can't get any dumber, they just go ahead and do. Pretty wild. Yeah, Ben Shapiro pretty much really did just use the bro just suck it up argument. I mean, record-breaking heat and the planet fucking slowly dying and, humanity having a bleak future. Suck it up, bro. Suck it up. Fans exist. Climate change fixed. TJ, have you considered nuh-uh? That's a good point. I forgot about that. I forgot about nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, bro. Who is the best at selling Democrats to the American people? Who's the best at that job? Who is the very best at the task of selling Democrats to the American people? Who makes the best sales pitch for Democrats? Rosie O'Donnell? Nope. Tucker White got it. Republicans. I don't know what it is. A Democrat could talk all day and they will never sell me on the Democrats. But you know who can talk for just a few minutes? And I mean, in this case, 35 seconds and make me feel like, God damn. Republicans. Here's an ad, an official Joe Biden campaign ad narrated by Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she is so dumb that she cannot help but say things that make Joe Biden sound good.
Joe Biden had the largest public investment in social infrastructure and environmental programs that is actually finishing what FDR started.
What a freaking dumbass. Why would you say that? FDR, the president who led us through World War II, the president who won 4 terms, the president who was insanely popular, one of the most dramatically popular presidents of all time, and you're going to compare Joe Biden to him? These people are nuts, man. These people are freaking nuts. Joe Biden does not deserve to lick FDR's freaking ass. And anybody on the Democrat side that said that Joe Biden was the next FDR, I would just be like, shut up. Shut up, you little nitwit. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she's trying to make it an insult, it has that much more credibility and punch to it. It almost makes me think to myself, like, is he the next FDR? No, by the way, he's not.
That LBJ expanded on, and Joe Biden is attempting to complete programs to address education, medical care, urban problems, rural poverty, transportation, Medicare, Medicaid, labor unions. And he still is working on it.
How the fuck did Marjorie Taylor Greene, in an attempt to attack her opponent, make the best freaking sales pitch for Joe Biden that I have yet heard anyone make? Anyone! I have heard intellectuals in the center, on the liberal side, on the left side, make their pitches for Joe Biden, and all of them have pretty much fallen flat on my ears. You know? But that Marjorie Taylor Greene speech, it makes him sound freaking awesome. It makes him sound freaking base. Like, holy shit, he's going to fix all of this country's problems. I mean, of course he's not. But how the hell are you so goddamn stupid that in your, like, it'd be like me trying to insult someone and be like, hey, Bill, you got the biggest dick I've ever seen, bitch. Yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. You're totally physically fit. And you know what? You're really smart, too. Take that, bitch. What? Man, what a fucking dumbass, dude. MTG is a Democrat plant? No fucking way. No fucking way she's a Democrat plant, because they couldn't competently create something like her. She's just a wet dream. She's freaking... Man, I wish that was my enemy. I wish MTG was my fucking enemy. Come out there being like, his beard is majestic and he smells like lilacs. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. The best fucking PR nemesis you could ever freaking have in your fucking life, dude. This is AI though, right? No! She actually said this shit. She thinks it's bad. She thinks that stuff sounds bad. He's the next FDR, and he's going to address all the social problems in the whole country. Oh, fuck me, bro. Holy goddamn shit, my man. If only we all had enemies like Marjorie Taylor Greene, wouldn't it be a better fucking world? Like, with enemies like that, who needs friends, right? Oh. It's inexplicable that she won re-election. How? Let me explain it to you. The voters are really fucking stupid. There you go. Dude, I'll tell you what. I came up with my fucking campaign. My 2024 presidential campaign slogan. That's going to be I'll give them something to cry about. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show like a right-winger freaking out about something. You know, like in Target being like, God damn it, it's fucking rainbows and shit. And it's like, they're crying now. I'll give them something to cry about. And then it'll just show my picture with an American flag waving behind me. And I'll just be like, I'm going to run the best fucking presidential campaign you've ever seen. Be a write-in candidate. They want you to do all this like stuff, like you got to get signatures. Fuck all that. Just write me in. We don't need to worry about it being legit. Make your ads, music videos, bitches twerking all over you. I mean, that's, you know what? You're my official campaign strategist, Jack. You and I, we're going to the top, buddy. Big booty bitches. Yeah, just like I'm going to be sitting on a throne with an American flag waving behind me. And I'm going to have like two big booty bitches on leashes on both sides of the throne. They're just going to be twerking at the camera while like some other people are like pouring champagne on their butts and stuff. And there's going to be some fucking hardcore, aggressive hip hop music playing over me. And that's going to be my first commercial. It's my first presidential ad. It's all you need. Booties are painted with the American flag. Hell yeah. Murriker. Murriker, boy. Time for Murriker. Oh, yeah. Make the song WAP. Make it the Ben Shapiro version of WAP. Let's see what's going on over on this channel. See what's going on over on Newsmax right now.
Yeah, I think what's important to know, which I've talked about on my social...
Hold on. It's not very loud. I'm going to try again.
Yeah, I think what's important to know, which I've talked about on my social media, like when it comes to these classified documents, like Caroline was talking about playing into these people's hands, is that whether or not Donald Trump with the classified documents had them or not, and we're arguing on the basis of whether or not that's legal or illegal, to me, that seems rather irrelevant. Because what is really happening with this and the classified documents, January 6th, is that you have an organized political group that has an agenda that is coming after Donald Trump and conservatives, whether or not it's legal or illegal. If you were Jesus Christ living in America and you lived a perfect, sinless life, the left would still find ways to create laws to say that you did something wrong. So when it comes to all of this,
I don't doubt that, actually. Yeah. The crucified, literally, yeah.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna wait.
Crucified, literally, yeah. No, not literally. Maybe you could. I mean, if you want to say Trump was figuratively crucified, still goofy, but at least like within the realm of comparison. You want to say he's literally crucified? All I can say is, don't we all wish? Don't we all wish that he was literally crucified? But he hasn't been. This idea, I mean, there's so much to unpack here. The first thing I want to say is the comparison between Trump, a guy who says America first, and Jesus, a guy who says that we should all love one another and did not favor one nation over the other, and in fact told us to be like kind and charitable strangers and told us to turn the other cheek. If someone smites you on one cheek, turn to them the other. Give all your money to the poor. Like that, comparing that guy to Donald Trump as if there's any sort of even like remote ideological connective tissue is absurd. Donald Trump and Jesus Christ, there could not be two more diametrically opposed figures than those two guys. One is all about humility and self-sacrifice and putting others before yourself, and one is like the literal human embodiment of insect greed. So comparing those two guys as if they're even remotely comparable to one another in any respect is absurd. They could not be more opposite. Other than they both think they're God. I guess there is that similarity. But aside from that, like, did that guy just say, like, that he doesn't care if Trump broke the law? Like, whether it's legal or illegal, we all agree it's still a witch hunt. Even if he did break the law, it's still a witch hunt because, you know, these Democrats will just invent laws just to persecute Trump. Will they, though? Like, are the laws that Trump is accused of breaking laws that were invented in the last year or two? Is that what happened? Because I'm pretty sure that's not what happened. I'm pretty sure that these laws have been on the books for a hot minute. Pretty sure that some of these laws even predate the birth of Trump. So, don't really think that's quite true there, guy. Oh. I know we already covered some Marjorie Taylor Greene stuff. This one I'm going to have to put my headphones on because I need to appraise this musically. Wish I didn't have a giant red mark on my face from my crown, though. There, that looks better. That's more flattering. Why don't I have any fucking audio on my headphones? Got no snare in my headphones. Dre, turn up the snare. That looks horrible. I do look like a member of the Addams family, so that's pretty cool. Da-da-da-dun. Da-da-da-dun. Anyway, so I talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene a little bit earlier, but I didn't know she's actually been doing some musical collaborations lately. You guys know about that? She's been participating. This is a rap video, I think, featuring Marjorie Taylor Greene. Pretty cool. We're going to take a look at that, see what's going on.
The Democrats are a party of pedophiles.
They support grooming children. Even Joe Biden, the president himself, supports children being sexualized and having transgender surgeries. Sexualizing children is what pedophiles do to children.
MTG Megas MVP.
She stole my chair idea, though. She stole my fucking chair idea. So obviously, I need an even more ornate throne than this. Because, and you know what? She doesn't have the big booty bitches, though. I'm going to have a throne that's twice as opulent as this. And I'm going to have some big booty bitches. And they're going to have American flags painted on their asses. And there's going to be an American flag waving behind me. And there's going to be actually good music playing. And there's going to be people pouring champagne on their asses. So I think I can still top this.
MTG Megas MVP. MTG Megas MVP.
I'm going to try to just take my politics out of this and just ask myself, is this song fire or is this song pure unmitigated cringe? I'm going to try to just remove myself from the world of politics, remove myself from my own ideology, and just try to view this objectively, in a vacuum.
MTG Megas MVP. Democrats get back. Boom. Reporters even get slapped. They spreading all these rumors because Marjorie be spitting big facts. Deep state and the left always hating. When they gonna let Joe about that basement? Marjorie, I really love what you do. Keep calling rhinos out. No one does it better than you, huh?
Okay. So, I'm going to say something that might be a little controversial here, all right? This fucking sucks. This is not good. Even if I were to agree with this, even if I was like, man, you know who is speaking the unvarnished truth of this world? Fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. If there has ever been a motherfucking bitch that knew what was what, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Even if I believed that, I would still have to watch this and admit in my heart of hearts that I'm watching some fucking trash. Because this song is not good. That beat is about as basic bitch as it gets. This dude's flow is like, you ever fucking have a friend in like high school or something that like gives you their terrible mixtape? I knew a dude who was like super juggalo, right? And he wanted to be a rapper one day. And he gave me his mixtape of like, he had some like really fucking stock ass beats. And he was like, record himself very poorly trying to like flow over those beats. And it was not, this is better than that. I'm not going to fucking exaggerate and say it was on the same level, but like, it's not that many rungs above. Okay.
Real businesswoman, AOC's a featherweight, a southern belle, a little hood, watch her shake and bake. Divorce, that's all y'all got to bring up. Yeah, watch her drain the...
That's not all we have to bring up, dude. How about we bring up the fact that she thinks that like Jews used space lasers to start the California wildfires? How about her like Holocaust denial? How about her freaking illiteracy? How about the fact that she doesn't even understand the law and yet is a legislator? How about the fact that she like literally spews out a gaffe every time she opens her mouth? How about the fact that she's a freaking lunatic? I guess that's probably why you like her though, right? Because you're a lunatic too. Basically what this rap song boils down to is, this bitch a fucking lunatic. I'm a lunatic too. Therefore, I love her, and so should you. Sorry, his flow is not quite that bad.
Swamp, 'cause she know they corrupt. She's fighting for our children. She's fighting for our freedom.
Oh, actually, it is. That didn't even rhyme. You said corrupt, children, freedom. None of those words rhyme. You're aware this is rap, right?
Fighting for the Jan 6 is fighting good versus evil. MTG.
Wow. Wow, that didn't... Rap is supposed to rhyme, right? Did I miss something? Did I miss a memo?
Magazine V.
Yeah, is this dude's beard painted on? Did this dude paint a beard on himself? I honestly can't tell.
MTG Magazine VP.
Who's this fat fuck in sunglasses just chilling back there?
MTG.
Is she gonna spew a verse? I want to see her verse.
Magazine VP. MTG.
Is she really say MAGA? MTG Megas MVP. MTG Megas MVP. At least that part rhymes.
Magazine VP. She's a boss. She don't rock with trans people because they soft. Them libertarians.
Wait, she don't rock with trans people because they sauce? Sauce? Why are you thinking about trans people's sauce, bro?
Just can't save you, wipe them all. You know we reppin' 45, he never lost. Watch a real Georgia peach go and set it off.
But I think what upsets me the most, Benny, is the fact that everyone in Washington has known about the Biden crimes for a very long time, and they've done nothing about it. But yet regular Americans, they go to jail if they don't pay their taxes. They go to jail if they walk in the Capitol escorted by Capitol Police like Jacob Chansley did.
Yeah, she's a hero, dude. Man, so rarely do we see such like unmitigated, pure cringe, right? Like the very essence of cringe. It's kind of beautiful because, you know, so often you only see like things that are kind of cringe or have an element of cringe. But it's nice to remind yourself what just pure unmitigated cringe is like, you know? Like, this guy is not like freestyling, right? I mean, he has time to write out lyrics. So why are the lyrics that ass? Even an AI, you think if you just told the AI, like, hey, AI, write up some lyrics about how, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the greatest politician and stuff, and say this, this, and this, but make it all rhyme and flow well. And it could probably do a better job. So, I mean, his flow sucks. His beat sucks. The message obviously sucks. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a freaking nightmare. But, hey. Yeah, like if the exact same song was about AOC, I would think it was equally cringe. If the exact same song was about Bernie Sanders, I would think it was equally cringe. There's no, I mean, like, if you wrote a song, like I love, let me think, who's someone I really respect, like George Carlin or something. If you had a rap song of that same quality about how George Carlin was the greatest comedian of all time, I would think that song fucking sucks. I might agree with it, but I would still think it sucks. I don't know how people on the right feel about this song. I guess maybe they feel compelled to pretend to like it, but it's not good. It's actually pretty much complete ass, but whatever. Ever cringe. This is Rob Schneider on the Jimmy Dore Show. Let's see what commences when these two failed comedians get in the same room and start grifting to each other.
Good friend of mine, Andrew Doyle, brilliant comedian from England. And he has a book called The New Puritans. What he really talks about is talk about cancel culture in a way to kind of get to the historical perspective on it. Then that's what I have to do to keep sane. And it's real. It's another form of witch burning, but it's a form of burning now that's like.
Isn't it weird that conservatives are still using this cancel culture talking point when they have engaged in so much cancel culture as of late? Like, right-wingers cancel people for fucking anything. Drop of a hat. Like, your face was on a beer can, canceled. You sold a beer can with that person's face on it, canceled. You didn't, I mean, basically just like the very act of not being a conservative is enough to get you canceled by conservatives. You know, like people on the left won't cancel you just for not being on the left. People who are liberal will not cancel you just for not being liberal. But conservatives will literally cancel you just for not being conservative. So the idea that they're still going around bitching about cancel culture is insane. And really what it is, in the case of Rob Schneider, is just sour grapes that he doesn't get A-list starring movie roles anymore. But let's remember, Rob Schneider never lost those roles because of cancel culture. He lost those roles because eventually people realized he was a one-trick pony and his movies stopped making money and no one really wanted to see him anymore. So he organically failed, which, you know, hey, look, not everyone is meant for A-lister stardom. Rob Schneider still has a successful stand-up comedy career. He can still go out there. He can still fill some clubs. He can still do the, you can do it. And people will still show up to hear him fucking do his set. So good for him. He's not a total fucking failure. He hasn't fallen to like total destitution and despair, but there was a time when he was starring in A-list blockbuster comedies, right? Movies that made tens of millions of dollars at the box office. That was a very short period of time in his career, but it was a period of time in his career. That period of time is over. The American public, for the most part, grew tired of him, weren't willing to pay the ticket price to see his antics, okay? So he wasn't canceled. But now, because this quote-unquote cancel culture thing has come along, he wants to rewrite history where instead of just being a fucking hack comic that was big for a fucking hot minute and then had his 5 minutes of fame and now he's just, you know, a B-lister or whatever, B or C list fucking celebrity. Instead of running with that narrative, he's now running with the narrative like, I was huge, but I was canceled. Even if he's not directly saying here, I was canceled, him talking about cancel culture as this plague and being very serious about it kind of like lends credence to the idea to someone who doesn't really have the ability to like critically look at this situation. Like someone who's just like a very casual outside observer who doesn't know much about Rob Schneider or what his career was. It leads them to the conclusion of like, oh, this guy was canceled for being a conservative, which he wasn't. No one gives a shit if he's conservative or not. There's actually plenty of conservatives in Hollywood that are A-list stars. They just, you know, they don't go around spewing their politics everywhere necessarily. Like his friend Adam Sandler, who was, and remains a huge freaking star, is a right-winger. He's at least a moderate conservative. But, you know, he still continues to make money and he still continues to get work because people still have a demand to see Adam Sandler. I personally don't, but a lot of people do. Not as many people have any sort of demand for Rob Schneider. So that's why his career is in the fucking toilet. It's not because he's right wing. It's because there's just not much organic interest in the guy.
Social media burning and canceling.
And I shouldn't say his career's in the toilet. That's unfair, you know, but he's not some fucking mainstream star anymore.
It's the same stuff. It's the same, you know, this puritanical thing. This is purity lesson that you're never going to be able to hit. And anybody who falls from that or dares question it, they burn at the stake of social media. And that's really where we're at. And what happened with...
No, it's really not where we're at. Because there's plenty of, the contingency of people who are like, cancel culture is stupid, fuck all this woke bullshit. That contingent is at least as large as the woke cancel mob contingent. For everybody who gets quote unquote canceled, there's plenty of people who remain firmly affixed to their side. You know, if you're going to talk about, like, there's a few celebrities who I think were like legitimately canceled in an unfair way for stuff that I think was like way over the top. Like Roseanne, for instance. I think Roseanne's cancellation was probably an overreaction. The chick from the Star Wars show, I think her cancellation was probably an overreaction. Now, that's not to say I don't see why they were canceled. That's not to say I don't see what was like the problem with what they said or anything. But I think it was an overreaction to remove them from the Disney show, remove them from the sitcom that they were the star of. I think that is, especially when it's the number one sitcom on television, granted in an era where sitcoms are not nearly as popular as they once were. But like, other than those two, I think most of the time when people have been canceled, it's been because they were like rapists and shit. So, you know, you can't, Rob Schneider going out there acting like, oh, this is just a big purity test and no one could live up to these standards. And if you even question it, you're just instantly destroyed. Like, no, not really. There have been a few examples where the mob like got out of hand and went too far with shit. And I've made my position clear on that. But like, this is not some sort of insane thing that's just constantly happening and no one can even say the least little conservative idea anymore without being censored everywhere. Like, that's just not true.
With what happened with the decline in Christianity, and I'm a Christian, with the decline of this, you have a new religion, and it is a religion of scientism, and to believe in science and to not question it. And that is the new religion. And unfortunately, what happens is this medical establishment has become the new science. And if you question it,
this is so like illiterate and stupid. Basically saying science is a religion and you're not allowed to question science. Like, questioning science is built into science. Everything in science is just a hypothesis upgraded after observation to a theory. And even a theory with tremendous evidence to back it up can be usurped by a better fucking hypothesis that graduates to a new theory that replaces it. Like Newtonian physics replaced in many respects by quantum physics. Doesn't mean Newtonian physics is wrong, just mean it's an inferior and less specific model of what's going on. So questioning science is literally built the fuck into science. Christianity is literally the thing that you can't question. Like, you see how I always love when religious people do this shit. they bring up I am religious. I have this belief system. But you know what? My opponent is also religious. And then they criticize religion like they're not even allowed to question. It's like, actually, they are. Because science isn't a religion. It's science. And you are allowed to question it. But your questions have to make sense. What you're not allowed to do in science is just make shit up, which is very much acceptable in religion. What you are allowed to do in science is question, which you're very much not allowed to do in religion, which, like, you say you're a Christian. Are you allowed to question the divinity of Jesus if you're a Christian? I guess maybe marginally it depends on the denomination, but you're certainly a lot more able to question a theory in science than you are a religious doctrine. A person who believes in science can question science. A person who believes in religion is not allowed to criticize religion. So you using this idea of they can't even question as though it's a negative, well, guess what? They can question. You know who's not allowed to question? You, as a religious person, are not allowed to question your religion according to your religion. So who's really afraid of questions?
The Jesus Christ of this is the vaccine.
That's right.
And if you question Jesus, their Jesus, then you're
a heretic.
You're a heretic. And we you know what happens?
Dude, no one is mad at anyone for questioning the vaccine, okay? Questions about the vaccine are very much welcome. False conclusions about the vaccine are what's the problem. People making shit up about the vaccine is the problem. Saying, hey, vaccines cause autism, which is a lie. You're not asking the question, like, is there a link between vaccines and autism that can then be investigated? You're jumping to the conclusion that vaccines do cause autism. You're jumping to the conclusion that there is some nefarious purpose or reason for the COVID-19 vaccines. And there's no evidence to support that. But it's not just a question, it's a conclusion. And it's a conclusion that's not based on empiricism. It's not based on evidence. It's not based on anything resembling a scientific process. It's just like, my gut tells me something's up here, and I gotta trust my intuition.
The heretics.
They get burned at the stake.
Yeah.
So you...
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, when is your steak? What time is your steak burning then? When do we get to burn you at the stake then, Rob? They get burned at the stake. All right. Well, let's go. Tell me when and where you're going to be burned at the stake, Rob. I'll show up with popcorn, okay? But guess what? You're not going to get burned at the stake, okay? You're going to be fine. You're going to go on with your middling ass career. And Jimmy Dore is going to go on with his, I guess, slightly less middling ass career. And that's what's going to happen. No one's going to burn either of you at the stake because you said the naughty stuff. Are some people going to rightly call you idiots? Sure. Small price to pay for, your careers, right?
You used a word there it's called scientism.
Yeah.
Right. And what that is, that turns science into religion.
Yes.
And so you're not allowed to question religion. But your science, actually, that's how science progresses.
I love these dumbass. I love a dumbass. I don't know if Jimmy Dore is religious or not, but I love the dumbass motherfucker in the form of Rob Schneider, who's like, I'm religious. Science is religion. Religion is bad. You don't. Wait a minute, huh? Ouroboros much?
Is by questioning the assumptions of science. And so that's what I tell people. That's why we know about the speed of light, black holes, and E equals MC squared.
All science is a series of experiments to find a regularity. That's it. So you need to keep maybe the regularity. You'll find that one, and that happens to be the current regularity. That's our theory for now.
And you're constantly...
Right. Our theory for now.
People are constantly questioning E equals MC squared.
Right, because that's part of science, like I just fucking said.
Just like Einstein questioned Newton's idea of gravity, not because he was anti-science, but because that's how science works.
Right, but
Right. That is how science works.
also
Wait, do you guys think that's what you're doing? Because you're not scientists. You know that, right? You guys aren't scientists, and you're not questioning science. You're drawing erroneous conclusions that are anti-science. Not the same thing at all.
Einstein, it was the perspective, and they were both right. When you're looking
Right,
at that train, they're
that's
both right, depending on where you are.
Relative. That's the whole
Yes.
thing of relativity.
Yes.
Yes.
Depending on where you are. So I do think that, like, where it...
I love how they run right into the point and then just brush it aside like it's just this gossamer cobweb. Like, hey, isn't that the whole point we were just arguing against? Anyway, brush that aside. It's like, you realize that you guys at the end of that segment just totally invalidated everything else you said in that segment, right? I guess you don't, because you just plowed right on forth. You gotta love these guys, man. You just gotta love them. They're just so fucking enjoyable. They're so smart, so reasonable. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but you know, there's an ongoing problem in this country with homelessness, and a lot of us have struggled to try to kind of figure out, like, what's really the origin of this whole, like, homelessness problem? Why are people homeless? And one intrepid TikToker by the name of Mandy on Earth since deleted their account, I think, but before they deleted it, they dropped onto us this great nugget of wisdom. And this is going to explain to us exactly the origins of... Now, I want everyone in this audience, listen, open your minds, because she is going to say some things I think that you guys might take issue with, okay? But look, open-mindedness means you can't let your internal biases block you from seeing the truth, okay? So I need you to watch the following clip with a very open mind and be willing to challenge your own preconceived notions, all right?
Yesterday, I pretended to be homeless for 3 hours, and I realized that if you're homeless, you're there by choice. Like, you are there by choice, 100% having that experience.
All right. Let's talk about what we just heard, okay? Now, you might say to yourself, when someone comes to you and says, like, hey, homelessness is 100% a choice. Now, your initial reaction to that might be, what the fuck are you talking about, you psychotic goddamn idiot? What? You might be overwhelmed with the urge to just smack the fucking shit out of that person like you are the dumbest fucking person I've ever fucking seen in my fucking life. That might be your initial, like, gut reaction to the situation. But let's remember something here. This woman, she's not just pulling this idea out of her ass. She went out there for 3 fucking hours. For 3 hours, she went out there and experienced homelessness. So she knows what she's talking about. Now, you might say to yourself, hey, I've left my house for 3 hours before. Was that me experiencing homelessness? Yes, it was. And if you look back at those times, let me ask you this. When you were outside for 3 hours, were you out there by choice? Probably you were. The same is true of homeless people. Checkmate. You know, I know that our crazy lefty brains It's hard for us to accept that the problem of homelessness is all caused by personal decision. We want to believe there's some kind of socioeconomic reason, but there just isn't, guys. The problem with Hunter Biden is he doesn't do enough drugs. America deserves better drug abusers. That's true. I think Hunter Biden does need to do more drugs.
Just the way that
Come on, play.
Y'all want to see the absolute whitest fucking shit in the world?
yesterday. It's the way that I chose to go experience that by choice. It's just the only difference is the stories that you're telling yourself. So if you want to experience homelessness, you want to experience what it would be like to lose everything, you can go have that experience. Or you're welcome to create a bunch of bullshit stories in your life that force you, quote unquote, force you into that experience. But even when you go by force, it's still by choice because you wanted to have that experience. You just created a bunch of excuses for why you gave yourself permission to have it. It's just like any other experience that we have in life. It's no worse or better than having a home. It's no, different than anything else, but the experience does show you how much you take for granted.
Ah, yeah. Right. Man. So, you lost your job. You can't find a new one. You're diagnosed mentally ill. You can't get treatment. Wah, wah, wah. Anybody can make a whole bunch of excuses. So you're a fucking mentally unstable person living on the streets, addicted to drugs. Well, guess what? That was your fucking choice, bro. You could have chose to be a billionaire, living in a giant mansion with a swimming pool and a private jet, and big-bootied, big-tittied maids dusting your balls every day. But that's not what you chose. You chose to be a fucking homeless guy rifling through the McDonald's trash in the hopes of finding a frickin' McDouble that you can eat. You chose to be lice-ridden and fucking bunk with rats, buddy. That's just the choice you made. And you've come up with all these justifications for it, but really, it was all your choice, And she says it's like she went beyond just saying homelessness is a choice. She said it's just like any other experience, man. We just choose it all. So anybody who's ever been raped, you chose it. Anybody who's ever been abused, you chose it. Anybody who's ever fucking been in like a horrible, debilitating accident, where they lost, a leg or something, you chose it. Everything in life is just a choice. It's all a choice. Nothing ever just happens to people. No one ever gets fucked over by the system. No one ever gets fucked over by their friends. No one ever gets fucked over by their enemies. No one ever just meets with an unfortunate accident. No, it's all just your choice. You know what the funny thing is? This bitch made this video, got a giant backlash from it, and deleted her TikTok. Was that all her choice? If that's the case, she made a really weird choice. You know what I'm going to do? Make a cringy-ass video about how homelessness is a choice, and then when I get a backlash, I'll delete my TikTok account. Because that's what I've decided to do. It's like, okay then. Very neat, very cool. You gotta love it, man. It's a very beautiful thing. She chose to be stupid, Have you ever tried not being homeless? Oh my God. Just like, get a home, stupid. Yeah, why not just, come on. You want a home so bad, just get one. Quit fucking around on the streets all the damn time already. It's friggin' pathetic, man. So one of the things that happened in my life is that the idea of the movie critic, that is gone. Movie critics are now just man babies complaining that movies aren't like they used to be. Everything's woke now. And the common refrain from these guys is go woke, go broke. And for years now, they've been peddling this narrative. And the narrative is basically that the majority of Americans are sick and tired of all this woke nonsense being crammed down their throats. That's why all these Disney movies are flopping. And then what Americans really want is just good, old-fashioned, apolitical entertainment. That's why Top Gun was such a big hit. And that's why they full-throatedly embrace this idea of like Tom Cruise is the last true movie star, right? And this narrative has always kind of had a bunch of holes in it. A bunch of movies that are pretty damn woke have done pretty damn well at the box office. They just kind of tend to ignore that or rewrite history. Like when the Super Mario movie's trailer came out, they were like, Peach is an insufferable girl boss, woke, woke, woke. And then it was a huge hit, and they're like, actually, it was not woke at all. It was the least woke thing. But Peach was the same in the movie as she was depicted in the trailer. She was a girl boss in the movie, just like she was a girl boss in the trailer, but all of a sudden that wasn't woke, you know? So they just rewrote history. Into the Spider-Verse, pretty goddamn woke movie, big hit. The Batman movie, The Batman with what's his face, big hit, pretty damn woke, a lot of woke stuff in there. So a bunch of movies that were pretty woke were hitting big at the box office, but none of them were super woke. None of them were like way overtly woke. But like a confluence of factors have happened recently to just blow these guys' narrative like completely out of the water. The Barbie movie has been a huge, gigantic, mega hit. And it is apparently one of the wokest goddamn things ever. The word patriarchy is in the movie like 700 times. Ben Shapiro did a 42-minute review excoriating it. And this thing has been a huge hit. Ben Shapiro, by the way, predicted that the sales of the movie would fall off after the initial weekend, because as audiences get wind of how woke it is, they'll reject it. They haven't. The movie has been a huge, mega, super hit, right? It's destroying at the box office. Theaters are full. Everybody's loving this freaking flick. And it's super woke. So at the same time, the new Tom Cruise, completely apolitical Mission Impossible Part 58 came out. And it has been a pretty big disappointment at the box office. So much so that it was basically shoe in for a sequel. And now the idea of the sequel happening is in question. Not just because of the writer's strike, but because the box office performance has not really been what it's supposed to be. So here are these guys on a bunch of these dudes are doing one of their little shows. I think Critical Drinker's on there. A bunch of the other ones are there. They all kind of have the same narrative. And here they are kind of coping with this recent set of facts. Let's see exactly the nature of their cope, huh?
Timothy Finch says, breaking. Tom Cruise seen desperately calling up Barbie's marketing department to help him advertise Dead Reckoning Part 2 before Paramount cancels it.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, that movie is not done as well as people expected.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it has not done as well as people expected, but I wonder if maybe you guys had unreasonably hot. I'm just going to, let's see, who can I be? I'll just be Mistress Kenwise here, since they're not on camera anyway. I'm just going to make myself part of the cast. Here I am. I'm on this shit now.
Let me see. Where is it sitting at now?
I was actually going to say if we could have a look.
So it's 376 million worldwide.
Okay.
But that only goes up to Tuesday, so it's a couple of days behind. But yeah, not great.
Yeah. Oh
Way
man,
below where
that's
it should be.
Yeah, that.
I mean, that'd be a great box office haul if this was a low budget movie, or even just like a mid budget movie. But a movie like this is I think it's been out for like a couple weeks now. This is a huge budget movie with a gigantic advertising campaign behind it. So this is a movie that had to make a lot of money, like 800 mil, 900 mil to fucking really make some profit back. And the fact that it's not looking like it's going to get anywhere near that is probably pretty dismal for the studio that made these large investments in the film.
It might be in trouble then, right?
It could
had
be.
what, 2-3 weekends?
Yeah.
I mean, this movie was a $300 million movie almost. Like it was an expensive one to make. So this needs to be way up at like.
It needs to have Bobby
900 by the
numbers.
time it's done. Yeah. Surprising. I don't know why it's fallen short.
It's weird.
Is it the?
I'll explain why it's fallen short. I know why it's fallen short. You guys care? I'll tell you why. Because it's Mission Impossible like 83, and people don't care anymore. People don't give a shit. I stopped going to those Mission Impossible movies a while ago, even though I knew like, yeah, they're great stunt spectaculars and stuff. Like, just bored of the concept. People just want some goddamn novelty at this point. It's the same reason people have stopped going to Disney movies. It's not because the Disney movies are like, whoa, they're too fucking woke. That's not why America's rejecting these movies. America's rejecting these movies because they're fucking bored of this shit. They want something goddamn different. They're tired of the same old shit over and over again. And you know what? The Barbie movie might be based on like an existing IP, but it looks a little goddamn different than what we're getting from everybody else. Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, it's a superhero movie, but it looks a little different than what we were being given by everybody else. Movies that have something that stands out about them do well. Nothing stood out about the new Mission Impossible movie. It was like, hey, here it is again. Here's the same old fucking slop you've been fed. They don't want it no more. The American public has at long last gotten sick of this shit, and it's time for a fucking shakeup.
Is it the rewatch factor? The fact that it's a bit long. A lot of the complaints I saw from people who aren't me were that the pacing was a bit rough.
The movie did not fail because of the fucking pacing. And I can even tell by the expression on some other people's face that they know that ain't it. Come on, you guys know the fucking reason this movie failed, all right? Just admit that nothing has ever fucking failed or succeeded based on its wokeness level. No movie has ever fucking been like, this movie's too woke, I'm not gonna see it. This movie's not woke enough, I'm not gonna see it. Or I am gonna see it because it's so anti-woke. Actually, that might have happened because there are enough gullible dudes out there that will see something just for the sake of it being anti-woke. But no one outside this little bubble of weirdos gives a shit about the wokeness level of a movie. People go see a movie based on whether or not it looks like it's a fucking fun watch. No one gives a shit. If a movie is woke, but it sucks, it's gonna fucking flop. If it's woke, but it looks cool, it's probably gonna be successful. Or at least find its audience eventually. Good movies tend to either be hits or get success later on down the line. Whereas shitty movies tend to either fall off after the first weekend or they're fucking forgotten a decade later, even if they were liked at the time.
Is that it? Like, people don't want to rewatch the film because it's a bit too long? Or
No movie needs rewatches to be a hit. The problem is not people aren't going to see this movie over and over again. The problem is no one is seeing it or very few people are seeing it in the first place because they're sick of it. They've seen it. They know what a Mission Impossible movie is at this point. There was nothing about this new one that looked like it was bringing anything new to the table, so no one went and saw it. It's as simple as that.
Feels long?
It could be. I mean, it could be that the sheer momentum of things like Barbie and Oppenheimer is just
okay. Critical drinker, a little bit more honest than his compatriots on the show. It could be that Barbie is such a hit that it could be that the most woke movie that's ever been released on a big budget mainstream level, it could be that that's too big of a hit and it's killing the movie we thought was going to be a hit. It could be that. It could be that our entire narrative is crumbling before our very eyes, you guys.
Taking the wind out of their sails as well. You know, people are just going to see those movies.
I just
instead of
never
Mission
thought.
Impossible.
I never thought that was a thing that Barbie or Oppenheimer could take audiences away from Mission Impossible. You know, it feels like
You never thought it was a thing, huh? Well, whoops. Maybe you in the wrong business. Maybe media analysis ain't your fucking strong point, brah.
separate areas, but
I agree.
Timothy Finch says, breaking. Tom Cruise seen desperately calling up.
I think that loop back. Yeah, that loop back to the beginning. So that's the whole thing. Oh, man. I guess, don't worry, guys. You know, these guys ultimately, at the end of the day, have nothing to worry about. Because their grift will go on. Evidence doesn't matter to these motherfuckers. Evidence doesn't matter to the audience. There could be a million woke hits. There could be literally a string of woke mega blockbusters that are just beloved films by all Americans except them. And they'd still be like, go woke, go broke. Go woke, go broke. They'd still be doing it. And everyone would be like, yeah. Even if like the evidence for the contrary was just flashing in their fucking face like a big neon sign, they'd still be like, yeah, well, we're not worried about that. Wonder what this guy's got to say.
Oh, they can never not do Pride Month. They've already accepted in our society. And as soon as they add the other color on there, which is going to be a minor attractive person, you ask me, that's going to be the other little plus.
Well, you ask me, next little fucking notch on the flag going to be pedophiles. Next notch after that, zoophiles. Next notch after that, necrophiliacs. Next notch, I mean, everything going to be permissible pretty soon, y'all. Pretty soon, and the only thing that's going to be forbidden in our society is being a good, God-fearing Christian man. And that's the path we on right now, y'all. Hyperbole much, bro?
It's going to be behind the plus. They're not going to have it on there. It's going to be behind the plus where nobody can see it. They're going to add that color to the flag. They're going to begin to...
Wait, they're going to put it behind the plus? I love how as he's saying this, I'm looking at a logo that says Daily Wire Plus. What's hidden behind that plus, I wonder?
Adhere to that, and the government is still going to have to celebrate that month-long holiday. We have gotten ourselves to a point of no return. And I hate to say this.
We've gotten to the point of no return? So what are you even talking? Why are you even talking then? If this is all like an inevitable thing, we're past the point of no return, there's no going back now. Why are we even having this debate? Just shut up.
But the return to logic and I'm gonna get killed over this. But
no, you're probably not gonna get killed over this. You're probably just gonna get like laughed at a little bit, but whatever.
But the return to what we should be, it has to be a lot more strict than what we're willing to go. And I'm talking about strict to the point where a president says that homosexuality is a mental illness, like it was in the 70s, to the point where people who are homosexual cannot do these things in society. As a country,
what is these things? That was pretty vague. People homosexual cannot do these things in society. What are these things though? What are vote? Hold a job? Be free? Like what exactly are we talking about here, bud? Why don't you get a little bit more specific with us?
We're not willing to do that. If we were willing to do that.
But what do you mean can't do these things in society?
Like meaning that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Marriage.
So if you're gay, you can be a civil union, but it's not going to be marriage.
Yeah, I wanted you to qualify it because then someone would take that clip and be like, he is saying.
Yeah, I'm glad that, you know what? Credit where credit's due. I'm glad Candace Owens asked a follow-up question that was actually worth something to me. Thank you, Candace.
Saying that gay people cannot go to the grocery store.
No, that's completely stupid because nobody really know if you're gay. You got the gay on your forehead. Like, no, most people want to know you're gay, but it's like these institutions where they want to be validated in is not a real thing. You're homosexual, you have a mental illness, it should be treated as such.
Do we prevent people with mental illness from getting married? Is that a thing I wasn't aware of? You have a mental illness, you're not allowed to get married. What? That's not how we treat people with mental illness.
transgender, you're dealing with gender dysphoria. That's a mental illness. You need to be treated as such.
They are. I mean, it's not a mental illness, but they're treated for it. They're treated for it with gender transitioning. That's the treatment. You guys don't like the treatment. The treatment makes you uncomfortable.
Those things are not.
I mean, is the fact that conservatives are not comfortable with the treatment for gender dysphoria a good enough reason not to treat people with gender dysphoria? I kind of don't think so.
Celebrated, they're treated. And it's going to be hard to kind of put that on society today. Just imagine if the Supreme Court overruled or overturned gay marriage.
Maybe they would burn.
I think that it's going to happen. Unfortunately, it's probably going to cause the conservative party the struggle, but it's going to happen. Affirmative action was one of them. And the next thing is going to be gay marriage, because it's not protected. It's not the same as marriage between a man and a woman of different races. Gay marriage is something different. Yeah. And
it wasn't so different in the time when interracial marriage was banned, though, was it? Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the same. There was marriage between two people that happened to be of a different race, and that was banned in America. And then we unbanned it. Marriage is not some sort of like existent thing that humanity has meddled in. It's something we made up in the first place. We made up marriage. Marriage is an institution created by human beings, and therefore human beings can define it. There was once upon a time when marriage was only between people of the same race. We changed that. Then there was once upon a time where marriage was only between people of different sexes. We changed that. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to change something that we made up in the fucking first place. Okay? Okay. Just so we're all clear on this.
We have to be so harsh if we want to get back to what's right. And I don't think we're willing to do that. Oh, they can.
I think you probably are willing to do that, but I just don't think the political capital exists for you to pull it off at this point. Now, the Supreme Court might just unilaterally do it, but like you said, I think that would have a pretty negative ripple effect among Americans who would start to probably view the right wing in this country as being overly radical, which I think a lot of them already do. Then again, I mean, there's a lot of radicals out there, a lot of people on the radical right willing to strip away rights and humanity from their political opponents just for some cheap political victories, all really ultimately in defense of the billionaire class, all part of this attempt to divide Americans based on social issues so that America remains perpetually blind to issues of class. And that's really what it all boils down to. None of these right-wingers, at least these in the pundit class, actually give a rat's ass about gay marriage or trans people or any of these things. The only thing they really care about, at least in the pundit class, is running cover for the billionaire class, running cover for the super wealthy elites that essentially control everything. How much gay porn do you think is on this guy's computer? Probably about the same amount that's on every one of these guys' computer. I mean, to be fair, this guy does not seem to me like an authentic homophobe. All homophobes are closeted homosexuals, all of them. But not all public pundit class homophobes are, because many of them are just grifters. That guy might not have a homophobic bone in his body. He might actually have gay friends and whatever. But he has to play the part of a homophobe on your computer screen because that's what advances the agenda. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he really is a virulent homophobe. Maybe he really is a true believer, but you just never know when it comes to these pundits. So, maybe he's not really a homophobe, which means he's not really a closeted homosexual. Maybe he's just pandering to them for money.
On the cultural front, a man like this should be ashamed to present himself in this way in public. We used to have standards and norms.
Who's he talking about? Me?
That discouraged perverted men like this from presenting.
Oh, he is talking about me.
themselves in these perverted ways with the pink hair and the psycho affect, openly talking about chopping up little kids. Men should be terrified to do that sort of.
I wish I could see what he's talking about. Wait a minute. Man, I want the full context on this. I want to see this crazy pink-haired kid shopper, man.
Thing. And if they have any of these absolutely perverted and sadistic desires, they should keep them to themselves and they should work on themselves and try to cast those demons out of their bodies.
It all starts with the pink hair, you know? Second you see a dude with pink hair, you know, like, oh man, that guy's probably a serial killer. Because, you know, most people who are like crazed serial killers, they do everything they can to stand out in the crowd. That's what, because that's like the habit of the crazed serial killer, right? Like throughout history, they've been ostentatious, grandiose show-offs. It's not like they've been like priding themselves on blending in and seeming normal or anything. Oh, wait, that is what they do, huh? Oops.
And that's the cultural level of this, of course. But then there is the even deeper level that I haven't heard a lot of people acknowledge, which is,
let's do it.
This is yet another reminder that science is mostly fake.
Man, what is this why is this a theme for tonight? I love how on the issue of trans people, Republicans went from just look at a science book. You know, you guys can't change science. Now it's evolved. Now, as people have become more educated on the science of it, they have now pivoted to, well, science is fucking fake anyway, you guys. Yeah, I mean, maybe science says there's trans people, but you know what? Science is all a bunch of hooey. Science is nothing more than an old wives' tale, brah. You honestly believe in science? I believe a magic carpenter was nailed to some sticks. That makes a lot more sense, don't you think? Okay.
Not that scientism or the politicization.
I guess the new buzzword on the right. Well, I mean, I took a little break from watching this kind of shit. And I guess that in the meantime, the new buzzword on the right has become scientism. That's right, guys. Science is a religion. Don't you guys actually like support religion? Aren't you guys all religious and think religion should have all these like exemptions and liberties and stuff? I love how all of a sudden when they decide that science is a religion, all of a sudden they agree with all of my criticisms of religion. Oh man, you're not allowed to question. Oh man, it's just a bunch of faith hooey. All of a sudden faith is bad. All of a sudden not questioning is bad. The moment that they decide, based on nothing, that science is just another religion. But meanwhile, their religions that actually have those features somehow remain good. It's like, so you're going to criticize science, which is not a religion, for being a religion, but you're not going to criticize religion, which is, in fact, religion. Weird.
Of science or whatever other squishy language, the more.
You motherfuckers talking about anyone else using squishy language is a laugh goddamn riot, bro. Who uses squishier language than you guys? Your language is squishy as hell. Like, I haven't heard the word scientism in years and years, and now I've heard it like a couple of times just tonight watching right-wing clips. You guys literally latch onto these words that you don't really understand, go around and just spew them everywhere until it catches on with the base, and then the base that you guys appeal to labels everything scientism for a couple of months until the term fizzles out, and then you move on to your next linguistic abomination.
Centrist kind of people want to grant. But the whole endeavor of the scientific revolution, the premise of which is that reality is fundamentally physical, that is flawed. It's not true.
Prove it. Prove it's not true. I mean, prove there's anything else. Demonstrate one iota of evidence for something beyond physical reality. Now, by the way, am I saying that it's impossible that there could be something beyond physical reality? Am I saying it's impossible that there could be some kind of ethereal or other realm? No, I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is that in the absence of any evidence to credibly think there is, it's nothing more than idle conjecture. We have no compelling reason to believe that such things exist in any way, shape, or form, because we've got no evidence to support the fact that they do.
The modern scientific culture has given us certain nice things, but it's given us a lot of bad things as well, like transgenderism and transhumanism.
I love it. I love how I mean, you could definitely find clips of this guy talking about transgenderism and being like, this transgender stuff is anti-science. It's anti-science. But now that he realizes that his base has caught on to the fact that it's not anti-science, he's pivoted to, well, science itself is a lie because there's like an ethereal world beyond this world. But not only is he claiming, like, think about this. He's not only claiming that there is a world beyond this one. He's claiming that that world has dominion over this one and that he understands what its nature is and what it wants of us. Because there could very well be an ethereal realm that has no bearing on this one. There could very well be an ethereal realm that is somehow inferior to this one. There could very well be an ethereal realm that has dominion over this one, but has no problem with transgender people, or has no opinion whatsoever, is totally neutral on the subject. So not only is he positing the existence of this ethereal realm that has, and he's also positing it has dominion over us, and that it agrees with his politics. How fucking convenient. What an easy, like, who couldn't make that argument? Literally anyone could make that argument. Albert Fish could make that argument. He, in fact, did make that argument. Albert Fish, the cannibalistic, child-eating serial killer, believed that God approved of his activities. Believed that what he was doing was actually this great spiritual thing. So anybody can make this argument because it doesn't require any evidence. Anyone can say, I've communed with God and he's told me, what he wants of us, and then just happen to fucking spew out their exact existent opinion. It turns out God feels the same way about every subject than I do. So effectively, what this guy is really saying at the end of the day is that he is God. Michael Knowles is basically telling us that he's God because all of his opinions are backed up by God. Well, isn't that fucking convenient?
And skyrocketing rates of depression and anxiety and suicidality, and a loss of the sense of meaning in this world, and a neglect of the fundamental spiritual and metaphysical realities of this world. It's given us all those things. And it's also given us a ton of bogus scientific theory.
Such as, I don't know, I guess he probably elucidated on that afterwards. I don't know how science gave us a lack of meaning. Like, meaning just flat out doesn't exist. You can create false meaning with religion if you want, but that's all it is false. If there is some form of meaning in this universe, we have no way of proving its existence. So as far as meaning goes, you can have your own subjective idea of it, and that's fine. Proceed from there if you want. If you want to say that the meaning of your life is to be a pathetic right-wing grifter that brainwashes people into believing falsehoods in order to, keep people engaged in a culture war so that they ignore the class war. If you feel like that's your meaning in life, you go ahead and do that. In fact, it seems like you're way ahead of me on that one, buddy. But I don't know. I don't think there is any really inherent meaning of life. I think the meaning of my life is to be a corrosive acid that destroys every single fucking thing I touch. Unfortunately, it seems like I'm not corrosive enough because all of the things I've tried to destroy still remain. And yet, like the little engine that could, I'm going to keep on trying to tear this shit the fuck down until the day I die. And then hopefully others like me will rise up and take my place in the great cycle of tearing shit down. And with that, I've covered all of my my planned content to react to, but I will stay and talk to the chat for a minute or two. So I'm going to go grab myself another drink, and I'll be back, and I'll talk to you guys, and we'll have a grand old time. Be back in like 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, okay? Oops, that's not the one I want. All right. I'm playing Minecraft, building a church. I need an exorcism. What's on the agenda? There's nothing on the agenda now. Everything that was on the agenda has been run through and cleared. So now it's just talking to you guys. So you set the agenda now, sir. My agenda has come to an end. I take off my rings, take off my crown, take off my bracelets, take off my watch. I wonder how MTG feels about plugging the Biden ad. I mean, she responded to him underneath, and she's like, you know damn well that's not what I was saying. It's like, well, that's what you said. So, you know, doesn't really help. Too late. Choose your words more carefully next time, then. Hey. What? What's what? Up where? What are you talking about? Are you live? Yeah, I'm live. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. What up where? That video. That? Yeah. That's me. That's the fucking stream. I look different because I'm wearing my crown still there, and the colors in the background's different. It's like changing. It's okay. You just woke up, so. Chelsea, join us. Try not to bore him. Yeah, don't bore me, chat. Am I the only person who thinks Red Dead 2 is too long and very bloated? Lots of good stuff, but a lot of boring too. You know, having played the whole thing, I can say that I do think it's like kind of long. Like at a certain point, I was kind of like, can I have my life back now, please? Like, I'm really impressed that you guys created this very complicated and intricate world and stuff, but like, can I like leave now? And it's like, well, you could just play less. Like, no, you can't. Because when you in that shit, you in it. It didn't help that like a lot of stuff wasn't really explained very well. Like I didn't realize you could fast travel until I was like 3/4 of the way through. I'm like, motherfucker, why'd they hide it there? Or maybe they just didn't introduce it until it was that far along. I don't know. I really don't understand a lot of what fucking happened. But I got through it somehow. I muddled my way to the end. Hey, how long it takes Arthur to loot bodies? Yeah, like, it'd be cool if I could just, like, run over the body and it would just go, like, bling. I also don't like how if you search a dresser, you, like, open every fucking drawer. It's like, can you just, like, I don't need that. It's not like, ooh, so realistic. It's like, yeah, it's too realistic. Just, like, I go to the dresser, I press search, and it just gives me the shit. I don't need this, like, animation of every single fucking drawer being opened. And you gotta press it once to open the drawer, press it again to fuck, and you can just hold the button, but then you, like, goes through this like long, like 8-minute process of searching the fucking thing. It's like, God damn it. Can we cut to the fucking chase on that? If you do a Vegas meetup, how long do you think you'll stay? How long do you want to stay in Vegas, or how long will we stay at the meetup? That sounds horrible. I mean, it's like minor nitpick shit. The game overall is fucking brilliant as fuck. It's like a lot of fun and, you know, but it does have some bloat and shit. But honestly, like, you kind of appreciate it when you're doing it. It's just like looking back now, I'm just like, fuck. Took so long to get through. It was like my fucking second job for a while. Like, play this game. Yeah, there was a lot of cool information about like the time period, I guess, even though it's like obviously fictionalized and stuff. But apparently pretty realistic in terms of like social dynamics and how towns were and all that.
When was this supposed to be?
It's like the late 1800s. Some of it's in the early 1900s. You're just not used to video games. They introduced the fast travel pretty early on, lol. And yeah, the animations are too long. Going nearby to absorb the item is better gameplay design, in my opinion. Yeah, like, I was fucking riding my horse everywhere. I didn't know about the fucking fast travel. I don't feel like they ever, like, explained it. They're never like, fast travel now available. Or if they did, it was pretty goddamn subtle. Because it was like, I was like 3/4 of the way through the game, and I'm like, wait a minute. Is that a fucking fast travel option? Why is it on the camp screen? Because I almost never camped. Whatever. How'd you rate the story? I'd say the story is really good. Like, very cinematic.
Did you tell them about how you would just like kill people for their camps?
Yeah, I would like murder people for their camps a lot. That's true. Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, that's true. At first, I didn't even know I could set up a camp. That's true. Like, for like probably the first like quarter of my playthrough, I thought like the way to get a camp was just murder someone at a camp and steal theirs. I didn't know I could set up my own. Just like, all right, I need to sleep. I guess I'll kill someone and steal their shit. That's how they did it back in the old West. I love the morality system in that game because, like, I could literally go to a town and, like, murder everybody, and the little moral ticker would just be like, meh. You're a little bad, I guess. But I could, like, save a dude's dog, and it would go equally far in the good direction. Like, I mean, Yeah, he mass genocided an entire town of people, but he saved a dog, so it all evens out. Like, what? Holy shit. Cool. I also love how you could just like commit a bunch of crimes and then just like give some money. Like, yeah, I murdered a whole town, but here's $500. And they're just like, all right, well, it's all forgiven. Don't do it again. It's like, cool. Thanks. If you keep murdering people, widows will start to show up. That's neat. Yeah, I never murdered. I mean, I guess I didn't murder enough people because I never had no widows come to me. I definitely killed a lot of people, but I guess I didn't kill enough. Should have killed more people. You know what I really hate about that game too is like, I want to just go crazy and kill a whole town, but they just act like the second you go crazy in a town, like you're just besieged by a bazillion lawmen, like instantly. It's like, motherfucker, like it would take him a while to get there, wouldn't it? Like it wouldn't just be a fucking non-stop parade of fucking law enforcement. Like, give me a minute. Give me a realistic response time so I can kill this whole fucking town, you know? You ever camp in a police station and just headshot them as they try? Yeah, I did that a few times. Even though it was like kind of a pain in the ass to rack up my bounties that high, it was still kind of fun. Like I just show up, I'd kill the fucking sheriff, and then I would just kind of camp somewhere and headshot everyone who came in. I would just like run through all my ammunition. I'd fucking start with a fucking shotgun and just blow their heads off, and then I'd move to my pistols, and then I'd move to a rifle. And, you know, and then you just have like a giant pile of bodies, like a huge pile of bodies. And all cops, like there's apparently, according to them, there was fucking 12 million cops in the Old West. So you just shoot them and shoot them and shoot them. Your bounty rises up to like $500 or whatever the hell. Finally, they get you when you run out of bullets and shit. And then you got to go pay the bounty. And then it's like all forgiven. Yeah, you murdered 170 cops that day, but it's all forgiven. Your little moral guide goes like, bing. Oh, I'll have to save a dog later to make up for the fucking 170 people I killed. Money solves all issues. Very unrealistic, I feel. Nothing like our reality. Have you played the mission where you wade through? I mean, I played that. Yeah, I played that one. Can you even? You can't even. You have. That's like a mandatory mission, isn't it? That's like one of the main storyline quests, I think. I don't even think you can. You beat it without doing that mission? Did you get molested by the hillbilly? No, I didn't. I only heard about that after I'd beat it. Someone's like, yeah, the fucking hillbilly that rapes you in the swamp. I'm like, what? Wait a minute, what now? That never happened to me. I managed to avoid that one, I guess. Can you still feed the feminist lady to a gator? I remember people making videos about that. Oh, dude, I should have tried that. That's funny. Chelsea got mad at me when I just even punched that chick. I didn't even punch her. I pushed her. She's like, let me vote. Let me vote. Let me vote. I'm like, vote for this, bitch. I push her. She's like, why did you do that? It's like, it's just a game. Give me a break, man. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't feed her to the gators. Have you found the witch in the forest or the UFO or the swamp zombies? God damn, apparently I missed a bunch of shit. I gotta go back. I'll play it again one of these years. But I'm done for now. But it sounds like there's still plenty lingering for me to have another playthrough one of these days. I don't know why people are so touched about what you do in a video game. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I played the character as, like, a total fucking psychopath. I mean, I still won. I still managed to beat it with, like, the good ending with, like, yeah, it's the... He gets to see the sunset and the deer and all that. But, like, I don't know. I played most of the game like a goddamn psychopath. I just went around murdering people for their camps and slaughtering whole towns and shit. But apparently at the end of the day, I did enough good. So it's just like, you're a good guy. Okay. If you say so, game. You could find a serial killer. My motherfucker Arthur was a serial killer in my fucking game. I literally, I would get in this mood where I would just go around to camps, kill whoever would run the camp, and I'd throw their body on the fire and set them on fire and just like watch them burn. So I was a fucking serial killer in the game. Sometimes I would like be trying to do the right thing. Like I remember one time there was like these dudes that were like trying to like abduct some woman, and I was like, I'll save her. It's time for me to do some good. And I went to go save her, and I ended up running her over with my horse. She's dead. I'm like, you're free. Like, all right. Whoops. Arthur likes the smell of burning flesh. I like how the actor who plays John Marston just talks like that in real life. Cool. It's always the easiest role, right? It's like Seth MacFarlane playing Brian or something. I just get to use my normal voice. Cool. I don't even have to do a character. Don't even gotta do a character. Just use my real voice. Do, 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 do. That's awesome. I love that. You can get honor for throwing fish back in the water too. So you can just be the worst person ever and then fish a lot to restore honor to angelic levels. That's beautiful. Yeah, that's pretty cool. She's like, yeah, I murdered a bunch of people and stuff, but I threw a lot of fish back, so basically a fucking saint, right? Mitch McConnell had a strokey. Are you just talking about his like little mini stroke the other day, or are you saying that he's had a major stroke since then? Let's see. Ukraine, drone strike on Moscow. Zelensky, war coming to Russia. Kremlin threatens nuke retaliation. The Kremlin today bluntly threatened use of nuclear weapons in the wake of the Ukrainian drone strike on Moscow's skyscraper zone. 3 drones struck an elite office building and residential skyscrapers in Moscow early Sunday morning in what Russia's defense ministry has branded an attempted terrorist attack by the Kiev regime. Dmitry Medvedev, a former Russian president and Putin ally, has warned there is simply no way out and said that Kiev should pray to our warriors that they do not allow the global nuclear fire to flare up. Sounds promising. Sounds like everything's going well. TV host retracts statements after agreeing with Kill Them All comment at MAGA rally. Okay. Drag queen tops iTunes Christian chart. The fuck is going on? After Christian musician and writer Sean Fuchs criticized drag queen Flamey Grant, her fans boosted her album and song all the way to the top of the iTunes chart. Oh, so it was a troll job. That's pretty cool. Just reading the news, seeing if I could find anything about Mitch's heart attack or whatever, but I don't think that happened. Or his stroke. So I'm assuming you were just talking about his little mini stroke. Phoenix has had 30 days over 110 degrees. That sounds like a great place to be right now. Yeah, I think it's time. If you live in Phoenix, it's probably time to get out. Because either that or you definitely want to get a generator and some fucking window units. Because, yeah, you need to be prepared for... because if there's a blackout and there's 30 days, like let's say you had like a 2 or 3 day blackout and the temperature is 113 degrees every day. Yeah, there's going to be some pretty disastrous results for anyone who's not prepared to face that. But I honestly think you should probably just get the fuck out. Just imagine summers in 25 years. I mean, yeah, at some point it's literally going to be untenable. I mean, like, at what temperature can human beings no longer even live at a place? Like, at what temperature can we not even possibly do it? 130? I don't know. Rigor mortis tortoise needs to be the new nickname of Mitch McConnell. Maybe. It is kind of funny. None of this matters, monkey pig. That's true. Am I supposed to argue with you on that? The meetup is probably going to be in early October. We have a specific date that it's probably going to land on, and we pretty much 95% know it at this point. But we want to make sure that a contract is signed and 100% locked in before we announce it. No, I haven't watched Skibbity Toilet yet. Maybe I'll sit down and watch that tonight. Skibbity toilet, skibbity doo. Well, I think that's probably it for me. Hope you guys enjoyed this edition of Abandoned Hope. If you did, give it a fucking thumbs up and all that. And I'll see you next time.